who we are?
Only so.
This is Ghost.
Woods.
Mason.
Farah.
Crossing Adler. Captain Price. Going dark.
Now! Everybody ready? Hoorah! Good start, Dad! Hell yeah! You got it! No! So!
Well, it's not over yet. Trust me.
Go! Stop the train!
Give us the fire, we'll give them hell.
Oh my God! Oh my God, that was sick! Oh my God!
Hey everyone, British Army Sergeant Major Paul Carney here. For all of you that are competing in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, I just want to tell you now, get out there, smash them, and bring that trophy home for the British Army. Take care, good luck.
Hey, greetings, Airman and Guardian. I'm Chief Master Sergeant Larry Guyton. I'm here at the Air Force Services Center. I want to tell you today, as you compete in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, I want you to bring home that trophy to the United States Air Force. As a matter of fact, let's teach the other branches what those numbers really mean. Go Air Force!
Greetings, members of RCAF Game Force. I'm Chief Warrant Officer John Hall, Command Chief Warrant Officer of the Royal Canadian Air Force. As you engage in today's Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, you have the full support of the Royal Canadian Air Force behind you. I urge you to set aside our typical Canadian politeness and show our friends what you're really made of. I wish you good luck and good gaming.
Call of Duty Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Thanks to the support of the Endowment partners and the generous contribution of our Call of Duty community.
Everything the Endowment is doing, absolutely inspiring.
For hundreds of years, they have answered the call. The call to defend and uphold. The call to support and protect. United in honor, service, and sacrifice. Today, they answer the call yet again. The call to help veterans find great jobs after their service. to build a brighter future for all those who have served in uniform. Playing side by side. They answer the call.
I'm in, boys. Let's do this.
Let's go, Bill!
Hello and welcome to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA. USAA is proud to continue their long-standing support for Code Bowl as the presenting sponsor for the third event in a row, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the UK, United States and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you so much USAA for making the 2023 Code Bowl 4 possible. My name is Lottie and I am joined by the exceptional, talented, beautiful duo of Ali Cat and Nameless to talk us through Code Bowl yet again another year. I feel so honored to be on the desk, but Ali, how are you feeling about the competition today?
I am so amped up after everything that's happened in Call of Duty Next, all those exciting reveals, and now we just get to watch some competitive gameplay for a very, very good cause as well. I'm so excited.
So excited. Now, Nameless, we've got a couple of creators down there with all of our branches to try and kind of push them through and push them across the line for the dubs. They've been playing Warzone, they've been warmed up, but our other branches, they need to start, getting some reps in on Warzone back again, get warmed up. How are you feeling about watching them compete?
I was just checking them out, getting all set up and stuff. You're right. They are not warm right now, but they will be very shortly. We know these guys can compete. We've done a couple of Code Bowls now, and they've been turning up. Some people dropping bombs and getting more kills than the creators on their team. So I'm extremely excited to get into the Code Bowl. We got some time as they set up, so we got a lot to talk about and break down.
Indeed. We do. We have, a little bit of time as things get switched around behind us. But Ali, we talk about the content creators. We talk about the branches that are teaming up in our trios, etc. How big do you think it is for these teams, these trios, to get their hands on some very, very cracked streamers and content creators?
I'm sure it's great for them, right? I'm sure it's surreal. I'm sure some of them are definitely some viewers. I'm a viewer myself of some of these creators. And even then, they can also get some tips. I know some of them have picked up streaming on Twitch on some of these teams. So maybe ask a couple of questions when it comes to that lifestyle.
Very much so. And Nameless, a couple of these guys out on the floor here and what they can do and deliver across our screens.
These guys, they've been a sponge to their creators, but now let's face it, a couple of years, 3 Code Bowls in, they are veterans, really. They really are in the game. They've been grinding, they know what they're doing, and they've been putting up bombs. You talk about last year, what happened at the end. The Royal Air Force came out of nowhere and won that thing, right? So it only takes one huge game when you get that multiplier. We'll talk about that in a bit, how the scoring and everything goes, but it's going to get real interesting as you drop into Mini Royale.
It really is, and I think that's the exciting thing, right? Anything can happen. Code Bowl has brought some exceptional surprises, so I hope you guys are going to love that. And talking of surprises, for those of you joining us, we have some great viewer rewards thanks to USAA. Here is the first one of the day. It is a double Battle Pass XP. Who doesn't love double XP in-game? It's each hour of the first 3 hours of the 4-hour Code Bowl 4 broadcast. And Ali, come on, you just got to get your hands on it. A double XP token, you just got to take it, especially if you are grinding in game.
Absolutely, and just from watching as well, just from scanning the QR code, I remember back in the day, you'd have to go and buy a drink from the store or something and hope you get the one that has the double XP sticker on the side or something. But the fact that now you can just watch, this is for a great cause, and you can scan the code and get double XP, there's nothing better.
I love that you said that, because that has genuinely just shot so many memories in my head of going to the store.
You're hunting for the one with the right code.
Please get this, please. It's got games on it. It was we really want it. We're gonna put it into the computer. And she's like, what? She's like, you're not gonna even eat that. I'm like, I know, probably not.
Yeah, we just saw the new stuff that you can get to. I need to know, do those double XPs work when the new game comes out? That's what I need to know, right? Because I'm gonna be absolutely grinding. And also, we just had the whole reveal and everything. The beta starts tomorrow, so everybody watch this to get to enjoy some Al Mazrah. Then you get the beta for Modern Warfare 3 tomorrow. What a better time to be alive.
What a better time to be alive. Absolutely incredible stuff. Let's talk about today's format, though, and who we have joining us. Today's event features 10 military branches, and each will have 2 trios in the competition. We have US Army, US Coast Guard, US Navy, US Marine Corps, US Space Force, US Air Force, Royal Canadian Air Force for the first time, British Army, Royal Navy, and finally, and certainly not least because they're our previous champions, the Royal Air Force, the RAF. Those lads are looking to go back to back. I think that's a big thing, and you're looking at all the names, across all of our branches here and who they're also with in terms of content creators. And Namus, I've got to ask you, you looking out for a potential back-to-back win from RAF? Are you looking for the USA to make a big kind of, standout performance here, or a debut from Canada?
I mean, yeah, debut from Canada, that's huge. We cannot count them out, but you talk about the 2 teams that have had a lot of success, but there's also some other teams on here that I'm very excited for, right? You talk about Aiden's squad as well. The U.S. Army, we heard Reflection. He's very hype about them. He wants them to turn up. I believe they placed 5th last time around, so we'll be seeing if they can turn up here in this cold.
We'll see. I've got to ask you, Ali, look, we're not biased on this test, right? But
no.
Is there somebody you'd like to see maybe take that trophy by the end of today?
That's a crazy question that you threw at me, knowing that both of you are biased in this right now.
Not at all.
I just want a U.S. team doing it, right?
Listen, I'm the most unbiased person here. That was probably a terrible question to ask me. Maybe we'll go for an underdog. I would like somebody that, not top 3, not top 4. I'd like somebody to kind of come out from under and snuff it up at the end of the day.
So she go in Canada.
Yeah, Canada would be great.
Performance.
That'd be great. But then again, that's almost like an expected underdog. You know what I'm saying? It's like they come in swinging. They've never been played against before.
You've got to watch out. You've got to watch out for every single branch that is on that floor, I'll tell you that much. The teams, though, they will compete in 4 drops of Mini Royale on Al Mazrah, and each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on where they finish, there's also a placement multiplier. So it's actually really crucial to make it to that final circle. And since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are added together. And with that being said, Ali, looking at the way that this format is kind of placed, that actually could lend to some serious tactics going on. It also could lend to some travesty as well, I'm sure.
I love that you're throwing this to me, because instantly I'm just thinking about the fact that, this is traditionally how Warzone tournaments will go is, you're placing in your kills, we'll kind of stack on top of each other, you have the multiplier. But what makes this so unique is the fact that each branch has 2 teams, right? And this is the question I asked very early on. I was like, so if one team places really well, but the other team has all the kills, do they still get that multiplier? And the answer is yes, because they're still all the same team. So that's going to pull out a lot of really interesting strategies of have the 2 teams come together and made a plan, feel out the first drop. If one team feels like they're having a really good day, 'cause sometimes you get on and you're just frying everybody, then that will be the team that will be like, all right, you guys go kill hole, we'll just try and stay alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think strategy, tactics are going to be bigger than ever for a situation like this. And Nameless, what would you do in this scenario if you were one of the content creators jumping in to battle with your trio?
Yeah.
What's your game plan with the other squad on the other side of things that are, congregating that squad together?
Yeah, I mean, as Ali just mentioned, it's a bit different, right? We have the same scoring system, but since you have a team of 6 essentially on separate squads in the Mini Royale, you can either go, hey, just give me these 3 kills and we'll get an extra couple of points, or you play for placing, we'll play for kills and use that in tandem at the very end. So we'll see how that works out early on. For me, though, personally, I think I would just say go do your best out there. We'll focus on ourselves, you focus on yourself.
No way.
We're good enough to come out here and win. No, but it's,
no shot.
It makes you focus up even harder because you don't feel like you have a cushion, right? So whoever comes out here with that type of motivation, I think is the team that will find the most success in the Cold Bowl.
It makes me think if there's any trios that secretly just hate each other and they're gonna try and spoil each other. If they have any idea of the other team's game plan, be like, oh, you one of those kills, here comes my little third party, I don't even actually like you guys.
That actually would be hilarious.
That would be
I kind of love
funny.
that you said that, because actually now my brain is instantly going to, hold on, how are the teams kind of picked out for the branches? Do they think, okay, we're going to have one fierce team that goes for kills, potentially the tactic coming through? Main Slayers, they're absolutely incredible. Maybe they have another trio who are able to kind of be a little bit sneaky. There's a couple of players that they know can stay alive, can get that placement, a really high placement. There's lots that goes into this.
The trios, do they become a trio together? Do they just randomly get pulled out of a pot? I have many questions.
Imagine getting rolled up on by 6 people. What's going on here, yo? We're not even on the same team.
People
Okay,
hold on a
incredible.
second,
I hope
I
we
thought
see
this
that.
was trios. What is going on here? Yeah, there's a lot of questions, and hopefully all of those will be answered as well. But let's not forget as well, we have an amazing trophy to give away today. The branch with the most points after 4 drops drops is crowned the Code Bowl 4 champion.
Oh, yeah.
And will take home this incredible piece of hardware. Look at that bad boy, the Code Bowl 4 trophy. And obviously that one went to RAF previously, and it has previously been in space. Miles has been saying that.
Oh, it has been
in space.
Just been in space.
Yeah, they brought it. They brought it to space because Space Force won. Hey,
Yes.
those two teams, Royal Air Force and Space Force, they were first and second, alternate in 2020 and 2022. So those are obviously our two favorites and front runners. And you know, Space Force wants to return it.
They do.
Yeah.
Into space. That would be incredible. But the trophy looks damn good up there.
Yes. Damn good to say the least. But it's going to take an awful lot of skill, confidence, patience, most likely as well, to get that trophy lifted. And I think it's going to be difficult. I think a lot of our teams here as well, if you look at military branches, you know, they are made of structure. They are able to also be really disciplined. Like you said, the patience, the passion comes forward. And I'm worried about our content creators. How is that going to form? How is that kind of going to go in terms of the gelling of a team? Who's IGL? Who wants to make the calls? Are we leaving that to the military branches? Are we leaving that to content creators who are grinding? Who knows? That's a big question that I definitely have.
Touching on the trophy, I probably could take just a couple of steps, maybe go missing, take it on my own, and you guys won't be seeing it. I'm just kidding. It honestly looks heavy, and I can barely do a push-up. But to touch on that fact, it's almost scary to think about because it's branches of military, right? Obviously, you know, these are men and women who go and fight for each country every day, and, you know, they can do many push-ups, much more than I could ever do in my life. And, you know, they're a force to be reckoned with. You know, they have to have this confidence about them. So say a streamer, content creator comes in, yeah, they play a lot of Warzone, but, you know, who says that our vets also don't as well? So maybe some clashing there, or maybe that will help round the team out better, is like the streamer doesn't really have to coach or have to IGL. Everybody can kind of put their 2 cents in and be like, all right, let's form a game plan and get it done.
Well, what we saw last year in particular was a lot of the creators and streamers would go out and do their own thing.
Yeah.
And then the 2 servicemen would go out and fight, you know, 2v2, 2v3s, basically. That's a strategy you can definitely employ. So we'll see how that goes in this tournament. Every team will have their own way of going about it, I think.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. I think that chemistry will come across pretty quickly, especially in the first 2 drops, and then we'll see where 3 and 4 take us. But this year, Monster Energy is joining the party as a partner of Code Bowl 4. To celebrate the brand new Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP will be introduced, folks. The award will be decided by the Code Bowl 4 broadcast team, that's us, folks,
That goes
and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. So stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the inaugural Monster Energy MVP. And you can see right there that gorgeous ring in that box. It will be on the finger of one of our players by the end of today. Now, big question for this one is, looking at all of our players that we have, any predictions on who that might be, Nameless? What are you thinking?
I'm going with U.S. Army, and I'm going with Axis. I just feel like Axis is going to turn up here. I think he's going to have a good tournament. Also, that ring is crazy. That thing is
It's very
fire.
super
Oh, it's right there?
It's right there.
I thought it was over there somewhere. Yeah, I actually kind of need that, all right?
Yeah, it's pretty heat, to say the least. Well, it's good to see no bias coming across from you at all.
Yeah,
Love
none at
that
all,
you picked,
none.
you know, somebody from a team that you really don't want to win or care about.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, just pick somebody I thought would be MVP.
No, I love it. I love to see it, and we'll have to see how they play out in their drops. Ali, what about you? Have you got a prediction?
So, well, for MVP, if you're asking, I was actually looking at Hand Dog specifically because Space Force, last time we were at Code Bowl, they were ahead like a majority of the time. And that's what we all expected to win until Royal kind of came out and snuffed it under them. So I'm expecting Space Force to come back with a bit of a fire here and him, because he participated in that Code Bowl. So to be back here now with an opportunity to kind of get back that first place title and possibly take the MVP, I'm going with him.
I love to hear that. Well, personally for me, I'm going with, I believe, one of the only, if not the only, female military branch team members that we have from Canada, Ms. Whiskey. I don't know about the MVP. I haven't seen her gameplay before. I do know she's a content creator. Actually spoke to Taylor, previously to coming on the show. He said, look, she's a popular streamer and she should be able to give you the gunny if she needs to. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's got with Team Canada, and we'll find out if that will also seal the deal. But it does look like we have an Endowment throwback. The fan favorite Call of Duty Endowment Defender mobile pack is available right now, folks, in Call of Duty Mobile, and includes the J358 Hot and Cold, the Charm Honor the Call, Parachute Hot and Cold, the Sticker Endowment, Spray Call of Duty Endowment All-Star, Avatar Zoom In, the Call following card, Hua, and Charm Rugged Timepiece. You can grab the pack right now. Sorry, it's actually, yes, it is, from right now until October 19th, 2023. So take your gameplay, folks, to the next level and support veterans through your purchase of the Call of Duty Endowment Defender mobile pack. I mean, they're absolutely stunning, all of those things. 100% of Activision's net proceeds from this pack help place veterans into jobs throughout the Call of Duty Endowment. A huge cause and something that we care so deeply about here in Call of Duty. We are honored to be a part of this great event today. There's so much to talk about with all of these great teams, but let's dive into something, starting with the defending champs, the Royal Air Force Esports. Now, these guys were pretty damn good last time around. Good enough, in fact, to surprise all of us and take that trophy, basically snatch it away. I actually remember all of us being on the desk and the reaction. We couldn't believe our eyes, ears, everything. We were waiting to see who was going to be lifting it, and it just seemed to come out of nowhere. And I think the beauty of C.O.D.E Bowl and the beauty of this format is that can actually happen. Sneak attacks are going to potentially happen. Some upsets can come across the table.
Yes, also, like, mind you, there is passion in this room. Like, there are some feuds between some of these guys down there. They want to get this W and flex that trophy. You see all these tweets going up on your screen here, and you know, last year, I mean, we have 4 drops, right? You just have to have one massive game, right? You can be sort of average throughout the first 3. If you go crazy in that game 4, you're coming away with the W, and that is exactly what happened last year.
Yes.
They had a monstrous last game performance and got that win at the very end, and nobody saw it coming. So I'm excited to see them back in action. This team is absolutely insane. We'll see if they can get it back to back.
Indeed. They have Jaff and Sprout on their team, which I believe was from last year as well.
Yes.
Ali, how much do you think that's going to play into a potential back-to-back victory here as well?
Well, you remember when we dropped in, that was like the first time we had ever gone into that map. So now they've had some time to possibly build Cam as a team to play a little bit more together. So I think that's what makes them a really terrifying squad, because we already know what they can accomplish together. So to see if they can do it a second time, given an entire year between then and now, I'm very much holding high expectations for this team.
Yo, I gotta say, Norm's mustache was elite. I think Norm's might be the MVP. I'm gonna be honest, because that was a strong stash.
The mustache is the MVP.
100%.
Yes.
The mustache is the MVP. I've got to say, though, a phenomenal team. Really excited to see what they can bring this year. I think a 2-peat would be icing on the cake for the RAF, but we do have plenty of other very incredibly talented branches who are going to try and get it done as well. There is so much that goes into being in the military. Of course, hard work and effort is abundantly present. That is true for our C.O.D.E Bowl 3 champions, the Royal Air Force, who are looking to go back-to-back as they take the stage this year. Let's take a look.
Everyone in the military has a competitive nature. There's no point being second best. We could go to war. The biggest thing for me, to serve in the Air Force, very much a humanitarian side of things. Afghanistan was probably my proudest moment to see what the military can do. The ability to get our aircraft and troops out there and evacuate those people is just why I've joined the Air Force. I think I probably am a dark horse. I'm a little bit of an introvert at heart, but I'm here to win. We're the current champions, and we're coming back to take what's ours.
There we have Norm's mustache in full force. Excuse the pun, with the Royal Air Force. I've got to say, something that is so incredible about this video, not only is it just beautifully shot and it really encapsulates what goes into the daily life of a military branch member, but these guys, it's not a game to them. Their real life is quite literally going into battle, whether it be an engineer, whether it be actually on the sticks, whether it be flying an aircraft. That really is such a battle as a human being, having to do that every single day. The pressure you must be under. These are some incredible human beings behind us who are playing for our entertainment, of course, to entertain themselves as well and hopefully lift a trophy or two. But, you know, that just always makes me feel so incredibly humbled that we can see that. And that was on show, of course, in that video.
Yeah, and also, we're here for an amazing cause, right? These guys, like, there'll be future veterans, right? And we're here to help place people in jobs after they service. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do fun things like play video games and go grab some food after and just hang out. We wouldn't be free. So it is amazing that we can support that cause. The Call of Duty Endowment has done an incredible job. 125,000 jobs is no joke. And
No.
they've been doing absolutely great. So shout out to Call of Duty Endowment and shout out to Activision, everything. It's been phenomenal so far.
A massive, massive shout out to that as well. I just love to see some of the skills that these guys are putting into their daily life potentially also kind of transfer onto the sticks. Now, talking about skills on the sticks, I have Ali here. And you may have caught a stream or two, or even her expertise on Call of Duty multiplayer. And Ali, you know, when it comes down to it, the pressure, the competition, the skill level, the drive, the dedication to being good at your craft, that's something I think that our military members are able to then transfer those skills across onto the sticks. And I think if I was going to trust somebody, I think it probably would be those guys.
No, absolutely. I mean, the pressure that they must feel every single day has to be completely immense and on a different level than, you know, some of us in the competitive scene. And what's funny to me is like how busy they are and yet the time they find to put into the game. And for a lot of them, video games is like their escape. That's their break. That's, you know, when they do get that time off to breathe, it's like, let me hop into a Warzone game. Let me, you know, hop
Hello and welcome back to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA. USAA is proud to continue their long-standing support for Code Bowl as the presenting sponsor for the third event in a row, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the UK, United States and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you USAA for making the 2023 Code Bowl 4 possible. Now folks, welcome back. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty there. You know, it's a bit hot in LA. We're having a bit of a heat wave, so things just kind of go down sometimes, but we're back, and I promise you it's not quite as hot as some of the gameplay you'll be seeing very shortly in our Warzone drops. Ali, Nameless, welcome back to the desk.
Yeah.
Really excited to get back into this. We're talking about our teams and were before, and we actually talked about the RAF, obviously looking to go back-to-back with another win potentially this year, but we do have an awful lot of military branches there to stop them. And another team we do certainly have our eyes on today is the US Marines. Let's take a look at their roster and talk a little bit about what we can expect from them. As you can see, their content creators, Swag and Lovely Low, and actually Swag has been with the US Marines for quite a bit of time.
Well,
2020.
He was on the Army in 2020, and then he jumped to Marine Corps. So he made the switch, and it didn't work out because he placed 6th with the U.S. Army and then 8th with the Marine Corps Gaming. So you know that they have to run it back, and Swag has to perform here because they have to place better than 8th. It's got to be better.
Talk about switching sides like that, Ali. I mean, he's really switched things up and gone to the enemy there.
Yeah, sounds like karma might have bite him in the butt there a little bit because of that decision. But, you know, this is kind of like what I was talking about earlier, like a true underdog to win this event would be more like a team that's been typically placing in that lower bottom 4. And unfortunately, the Marine Corps is one of those teams, 6th in 2020, 8th in 2022. So definitely a team that maybe could go out swinging.
Well, I can't wait to personally learn more about all of our different players from all of the different branches. And we're going beyond the stick with Zach, the OG Shanahan from the Marines, to learn more about their journey to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA.
Back in the Bay, out in Hawaii, we had a saying that said, we're the first to fight. You know, what did you do to make yourself harder to kill today? When things happen, Marines are the first people that get called. We like to pride ourselves on calling ourselves America's 911. I'm a former schools instructor, so I teach the next generation of my job. Service and sacrifice should mean being able and being willing, right, to do things that you might not want to do because it betters everybody. Communication makes a great team. Marines have a swagger about them. We win battles in every domain, and esports is just another. Marines are inherently competitive. We're training day in, day out to get first. One of the big words that comes to mind is passion.
Always trust me in the clutch.
In esports, you have to have an ego. You got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm very, very competitive. You have to go into every match knowing you're going to win. I don't like losing. I hate losing more than I like winning. At the Code Bowl, Marines are always ready to fight.
Thank you to Zach and to our presenting sponsor, USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community so service members and their families never have to go solo. I mean, I love these videos. They really do give that kind of peek behind the curtain of the lives of some of these team members, some of these players. And I just got to say, it's just fascinating to see. Something that I really noticed and stood out to me was communication. The Marines have good communication through and through. Bringing that into game is going to be a crucial part to winning, hopefully, the entire Code Bowl 4.
Yeah, and that content was just stunning. Also, I don't know if it was the Marines that put it together, you know, if USAA was a part of it or Code Bowl, but that was just, the storytelling is really good to make me feel hyped up and ready. Like, you know what, you guys play 6th and 8th? I'm not even thinking about that. There was some confidence embedded in this video, and now, I mean, they've put some eyes on themselves for sure.
They certainly have indeed. Names, how important is comms going to be?
I mean, massively important. We just talked about it, right? Like, sometimes you split up, you have your creator go one way and you two go the other. Well, that's going to be massive, trying to figure out how you want to rotate. Remember, we're playing mini Royale, so it's going to be a lot faster pace. You have to have good comms, but I like the energy I saw in that video. He was fired up. He was talking trash, and you need to have that in a LAN environment. So we'll see how excited he can get early on.
Love to hear all of that. Can't wait to see more, and we can't wait to see all of our incredible service members compete in today's tournament. As our players get settled in, we'd like to introduce everyone to Maven, Reflections, and to Dan Goldenberg.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. We've got Dan. Dan, we've done this the past couple of years. Excited to have you here again.
super excited to be here.
Well, let's get into it. This is all about the Call of Duty Endowment. I know it is something that is very special to you, held to me with being involved in this the past couple of years. Tell me a little bit about what the mission is for the Call of Duty Endowment.
Absolutely, and it's great to be back. The Call of Duty Endowment is a nonprofit that helps US and UK veterans find high-quality careers by supporting groups that prepare them for the job market and by raising awareness of the value that vets bring to the workplace.
And how many vets now has the endowment been able to place?
Yeah, it's incredible. Through the support from the Call of Duty community and our partners, the endowment has placed more than 125,000 veterans into high-quality jobs since our founding in 2009. And just to give you some context, that's a number 2/3 the size of the folks we were just talking about, 2/3 the size of the U.S. Marine Corps. We fill the largest football stadium in the U.S., Michigan Stadium, with all the vets we've placed. And even then, there'd be people without seats.
I mean, that's incredible to fill an entire stadium like that. Truly, you guys are making a big impact in service members' lives, especially as they transition. Now, how much does it cost, though, to place a veteran into a high-quality job?
Yeah, for every $618 the endowment raises, we can put a vet into a high-quality, high-paying job. Just as context, that's less than the cost of a new iPhone.
Wow. Now, I know there's some people you want to thank. Like, obviously, a lot goes into this, right? Like, I know you are a big part of it. You've been doing it for years, but who do you want to thank?
We have a great team. We couldn't do this without our amazing partners. This, as it's been mentioned before, this is USAA's third time presenting C.O.D.E Bowl. They've been such fantastic partners over the years. As well as our newest partner, Monster Energy, will be introducing C.O.D.E Bowl's inaugural MVP award.
And the endowment does incredible work for our fellow veterans. Being a veteran myself, I know you being a veteran, like transitioning from the military workforce where everything is very structured and you know exactly what's going on. It's scary to go into the civilian world, and you guys help that transition. And as far as I'm concerned, quite literally save lives. Tell me why the focus on veteran employment.
Yeah, absolutely. At the endowment, we believe that quality employment provides the greatest benefit for the largest number of veterans. If a vet finds a high-quality job after their service, any other challenge becomes much more surmountable. A good job means a roof, food, healthcare access, social interaction, and maybe most importantly, purpose.
And purpose is one of the big things. And again, you know, providing for the family, having that food and being able to provide for themselves is truly, truly remarkable and special. For veterans seeking employment, how can they get support from the endowment?
Yeah, absolutely. They should 100% reach out through our website, callofdutyendowment.org/support.
So I know endowment, you're always cooking up new things, and I'm dying to know what's next for the endowment.
Yeah, we have exciting news to share throughout the stream. I wanted to kick it off with an announcement about the endowment's great partner, the Pilot Company. Starting October 22nd, Pilot Company will be partnering with the endowment for the 4th year in a row. Whether at the pump or in store, you can round up your change at checkout with 100% of the funds going towards getting vets into high-quality career opportunities. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the endowment have helped over 5,400 veterans. That's a brigade-sized group. Get meaningful employment. This year, the goal is to raise $1 million to get another 1,600 vets into jobs. So if you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in the fight to help get vets back to work.
This is amazing. I mean, it's awesome to hear how much it's grown year over year. The other partners that are getting involved in reflections. I mean, obviously, this is a special place in your heart.
I mean, this whole program is, this tournament is, and especially for our competitors, you know, it means a lot. Pilot, Flying J, that's huge for you. It's going to definitely raise a lot of money. Someplace I'm personally going to be checking out, okay, especially if I can round up. It's as easy as you can, right? When it comes to rounding up, all it takes is one answer, boom, 99 cents a penny. It all helps.
Now regarding a special announcement we have for the first pack to drop in MW3 at launch, brought to you by the Call of Duty Endowment.
Hey everyone, we are here today with a very exciting announcement. The Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack will launch November 10th for Modern Warfare 3. It was inspired by and created in close collaboration with a dear friend of mine, retired U.S. Navy SEAL, Ben. Welcome, brother. Ben, in your words, what was the inspiration behind the Warrior Pack?
My own experiences in the military, specifically in the SEAL teams. And my entire career, it's kind of summed up in this creation of this pack. I think we highlighted the warrior aspect from a couple different facets. The world that you and I came from, being in the SEAL teams and the emphasis of being warriors in that, with that job.
There's a myriad of aspects that are available in this pack. Can you name a couple that are most special to you and why?
I would say the trident is probably the most special piece for me. And just the symbol that the trident serves for the community that we came from, it was something that resonated with me from the very, very beginning. I think because I was born and I grew up on an island that was surrounded by the ocean, the water has kind of always been a constant element in my life. And so in choosing which force to join, joining the one that operated in the water felt really true to me. The trident, I think, represents a big piece of where I came from, how I was brought up, and it kind of felt like a bit of home.
So the name for the operator is Koa King. Can you go into what that means and why?
It's being able to tap into my Polynesian culture. Koa means warrior, and it felt fitting to be able to blend some ingredients of the culture I grew up in and then the world that I served in.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, brother. It was my honor. Pleasure. Yeah.
This is pretty significant. And if you're not already, please follow the Call of Duty Endowment on social media and stay tuned as we reveal items from this Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack each week leading up to the launch of Modern Warfare 3. And be sure to get the Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack and help us place veterans into great jobs.
I'll tell you what, Dan, it's very awesome to see kind of what all went into it, because I know we've had packs in the past, but hearing them talk about it, and I'm just going to be blunt, like hearing two SEALs talk about it was intense. I was like, I'm watching a movie. Like.
Right. They're both intense, incredible guys, let me tell you.
They are intense, but it's nice to have that backstory, right? Whenever it comes to the endowment packs, I'm always picking one up myself, and I'm happy that the Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack is going to be amazing. And personally, I cannot wait for MW3 to drop, and grab it in the store. It's going to be available. You get a lot of blueprints, skins, and man, Maven, whenever it comes to it, we love our skins as competitive gamers. We're always getting them on the drops, and we've got them all here today.
Absolutely. I mean, everything you could want. We're going to have an incredible show. And Dan, I'm sure you have some people you want to thank before we get rolling into it.
Absolutely. And thanks to our partners at USAA. If you are a U.S. military member or a veteran, you can claim your Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack code right now at www.callofdutyendowment.org/USAA. And be sure to check out @Code4VATS on Twitter or X for more information on the pack.
All right. Well, thanks, Dan. We are ready to get rolling into it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you do for the Call of Duty Endowment. But it's time to get into the Cold Bowl. We're ready to get rocking. Back to the desk. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan, Maven, Reflections, and a reminder that early access to the open beta starts tomorrow for players who have pre-ordered on PlayStation, with the Weekend 1 open beta period starting on Sunday for PlayStation players too. Then early access to the Weekend 2 open beta kicks off for Microsoft and PC players on Thursday, October 12th, with the beta going open for all players from October 14th through to 16th. And I gotta say, Ali, I know that you're gonna be so damn excited to get off this desk and tomorrow to take a really good crack at that open beta.
Well, so I'm actually going to be in LA for a couple of more days. Okay. So if anybody has an extra PlayStation that they would mind if I come over, I know how to clean and cook. So if you wouldn't mind me playing the beta for a couple of hours,
please
let me know.
Girl, a solid, please. I mean, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Nameless, excited to get your hands on it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw so much today, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait to get on the game, try out some of these new weapons, and we only got to play it for about 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
So there's so much that I need to tap into when we get back home and get into the beta.
There is so much to look forward to, and I personally can't wait. But we also had a special guest greet our military players earlier today. Zoltan from Five Finger Death Punch. How cool is that? Here we go. He's having a pretty kind of line here of handshakes happening. I can see the RAF boys right now. They're looking at their previous trophy, the one that they had lifted up last year, and some pics are being taken. These guys look too cool for school right now. The mustaches are out, the shades are on, and you are somebody who I know wears shades at the best of times.
I was just going to say, it's just awesome, like, Call of Duty brings so many different types of people together.
Yes.
Right? I mean, we saw Peso Pluma on the broadcast earlier. We got somebody from Five Finger Death Punch. We got different military branches, gamers from all over the world. It's amazing, man. It's been a great day.
It really does bring such an incredible mix of people together, and we love to see so many of you that love Call of Duty and Warzone come together in one place. But now, let's head down to Golden Boy for our team introductions.
Thank you so much, Lottie, and we're so excited to be here for the C.O.D.E Bowl. Not only is it for an incredible cause, but we're going to watch some awesome games to boot. I don't think anyone's going to complain about that, am I right? So, with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce your first set of teams. First up, please welcome Space Force Gaming. Next up, we have U.S. Army Esports, followed by Air Force Gaming. Next up, it's U.S. Navy Esports. And then we have Marine Corps Gaming. And finally, Coast Guard Gaming. And now let's take a moment for the United States National Anthem. We thank you so much for that. And now it is time to welcome our friends from across the pond. We're so excited. So let's go ahead and get this show on the road. First up, it's British Army Esports. Next, we have Royal Navy Esports. And finally, we have Royal Air Force Esports. And now let's take a moment for the United Kingdom National Anthem. Thank you so much once again. And now for something a little different and also a new addition to the C.O.D.E Bowl, our friends from up north. Let's go ahead and welcome them to the C.O.D.E Bowl for the first time, the Royal Canadian Air Force Game Force. And now, let us pause for the Canadian National Anthem. Thank you once again. For all of our competitors here, of course, the servicemen all around the world and everyone being represented here today, let's have a fun time, let's have a good time, and let's go ahead and celebrate another Code Bowl champion. So for now, let's send it back over to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. What a momentous moment that really is. Feeling very patriotic up here on this desk right now, and certainly no shortage of goosebumps either. But Ali, you know, we're standing over some incredible players that are in our presence right now, and hearing all of the national anthems being played, seeing the flags there, and seeing a lot of incredible military members standing proud, listening to what means the most to them. I mean, I've just got to say, the pair of us were just emotional, to be honest.
No, I in that moment, it was like a swelling in my chest, because it's not something you think about very often. And, you know, when you're faced with that many members from many different places, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It certainly is indeed. And I've got to say, Nameless, I know you have a slight bias on who you want to win, but you hear that US national anthem, and my goodness me, it makes you feel some type of way.
You started singing,
100%. Yeah, I did. Started humming.
Love it.
You know, even though you're supposed to be quiet there. I just couldn't help myself. But everybody looks really focused and ready to go. And I got to say thank you for your service to everybody in this arena right now. And I'm excited to see them kick off the games.
I'm very excited to see them kick off the games. I cannot wait to get things going, but make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Up next, we have our first drop of Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA, and we'll see you right after this.
Code Bowl is brought to you by USAA. Team up to score award-winning service. And by Monster Energy. Head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to learn how you can earn bonus in-game rewards.
Call of Duty Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Thanks to the support of the Endowment partners and the generous contribution of our Call of Duty community.
Everything the Endowment is doing, absolutely inspiring.
We'll never get free. Lay 'em to the
One of our patrols reported hostile contact. Then went dark.
There's one! I can see him!
You will infill into a low-threat zone. Nothing gets in. And nothing, I say again, nothing gets out.
If you listen real closely, there's a knock at your front door.
The situation is dynamic and evolving. There are other friendly assets on the ground. Join forces to take out those threats.
Friendly squad in the AO. Moving in to assist.
Strike team, you have execute authority. Proceed to the high threat zone. Forget what you know. Monsters are real. Welcome to Operation Deadbolt.
Welcome back to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA. We are just moments away from our first drop. I can't wait to get into all of the action. Now, something that's very nostalgic to me is something I haven't got to say for an awfully long time to one of my very good friends is, Nameless, what are your keys to victory for this first drop?
I mean, first of all, that was awesome. Second, communication is going to be very important. That's number one.
Yes.
Whoever can build that chemistry early on with their creator is going to have a big advantage here in our first couple of drops. As we said, there are only 4 drops in this, so that's massive. And then your rotations as well. We're playing Mini Royale. It's going to be a lot faster. You can't really take too much time before you get involved, so get that loot super quick, drop it a stronghold if you have to, and then get in the mix right away. Try to rack up those skills.
Love to hear it. Get mixy. Ali, what are you looking out for in terms of gameplay, maybe even strategy from some of these players coming in?
Definitely, like how I said earlier, the two teams need to work together and have some sort of game plan. There's only 4 drops, and it's Mini Royale. Like Ant said, it's going to be very quick, it's going to be very aggressive, and that first drop is always going to set the pace. So everybody needs to have a game plan for that first game, and then move accordingly.
Now, Nameless, can you tell me anything about the meta of Warzone at the moment? And I know things are moving on literally as we get into tomorrow, but I kind of heard murmurings of the M13B potentially being the weapon of choice in a lot of lobbies that I've seen recently on Al Mazrah.
Yeah.
So what kind of thing can we maybe expect there in terms of gunning?
I mean, we're going to see an assortment of weapons throughout this. We'll see some Tag Bs, people pulling out snipers, submachine guns. I mean, I still use the Lockman right now. I think it's like the best gun up close personally. You might see some Vaznevs here and there as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these guys like to use. Last year, we saw a bunch of different looks from the military servicemen bringing out different weapons. So we'll see how they bring it today.
I like to see that a lot. And Ali, something we talked about earlier on the couch is the finishing, right? You have a player down, we're seeing knives, the throwing knives coming out, something that we probably will be seeing in the lobbies today because it is kind of the meta on how you finish. So I know you were getting a little bit heated. I think, was it Nameless you were disagreeing with, or was it Miles that you were disagreeing with potentially on the kill time for the new Warzone with a throwing knife and maybe not being able to just do a one throw?
Yeah, I want it to be a one tap.
He wants the
like
one tap. I don't like the one tap. I agree, it's satisfying to just down somebody and just throwing knife and just be done with it. But I just think, I don't know, it's kind of
Listen,
cheesy.
I just want to knock somebody with my Cronin, run up on them, throw my throwing knife, get the full kill, and then switch to my Lockman and get the 3-piece. Listen, but I like to play aggressive, all right? So we'll see how aggressive some of these teams get today.
Where do you think people are going to be dropping Nameless right now? Are you looking at
Depends
hot
on
drops
circle.
for drop 1? Are you looking at potentially playing it a little bit safe for drop one? What are you thinking?
Well, that's the discussion these teams need to have, right? Do they want to drop in a similar area and maybe like meet up on the map, or do they want one team to drop in a hot spot and the other one to sort of go in a more desolate position and play for placing? If it was me, though, I think I would try to go for the areas with the higher loot. Like, it depends on circle, obviously, because it is mini royale, but I typically like to go hydro. There's a lot of loot there. Grab your stuff and rotate out. So, but yeah, I mean, it's really up to the team.
I mean, it's a progression of games. Like we said, it's 4 drops. The first one usually is when everybody is kind of aggressive out in the open, you know, anything goes, because you can always be like, well, we have 3 more drops to work with, so let's just feel out the vibe right now. And then as you get further and further on, up until that last game, everybody's playing slow. Everybody's going to be playing safe. So you want to try and get ahead of the game early, because each drop is going to get harder and harder to find people, because, yeah, you might place first, but you need kills for the multiplier to even matter in the first place. So they definitely need to play aggressive in this first round.
I haven't seen any trash talk yet. I'm a little disappointed in that. Last year, they were talking trash. So maybe after this first drop, when some people get some 2-pieces and stuff and get aggressive, it'll be interesting.
Well, I cannot wait to see what the gameplay will bring. But before we get into our first game, we just want to thank everyone for being here. The Call of Duty Endowment has created $7 billion of economic value for veterans and their families. We appreciate all of your support and for tuning in. It is absolutely incredible and so special to us here at the Call of Duty. Now, let's get into it. I can't wait. So Maven, Reflections, boys, please take it away.
Hey, thank you very much over there. Code Bowl's about to get started. Drop number 1 nearly underway. And Maven, it feels good to be back with you. We were here, or I guess we were somewhere else last year, but same type of program. Feels good to be back, man.
No, it really does. And just the passion you'll see out of these guys, it is a whole hell of a lot of fun. Done these the past couple of years. I think I'm going like 3-4 years of it. And like, there's just some grudge matches, man. Seeing the talent get involved. And obviously, you've got some talent like Iceman Isaac, who've got history, some talent here, just kind of filling in the role, trying to put on for their squad and show up the gunny. But this is going to be a blast. 4 drops, everything on the line.
Yeah, and I love that passion you brought up, right? It is passion. I had a chance to speak to several of the branches, much like I did last year. And they're just excited to be here, whether it's win, lose. They want to win, of course. But being here at this incredible setup, it means a lot to them. And you'll be surprised how intense it is to get on these rosters.
I'm sure.
You know, like Air Force, Marines, like they literally run like tournaments with hundreds of people, hundreds of soldiers trying to get onto this roster. So when you see these guys play, and even female play today, we got one female representing the Canadian Air Force. They're the best of the best in their branches.
They certainly are. And like, it just, the more we've been around this, the more we've done interviews or chatted with them, just hearing how excited they are to be here, it's truly thrilling. But as far as like what they're going to be pulling out here once we get in the map, I mean, as soon as you heard like Anthem talking about it, the first thing you said was like, I'm wondering about the Lockwoods. Because the Lockwood Shoddy right now is, it's disturbing.
It is. You put the dual trigger attachment on it, shoot both barrels at the same time. It's like a sniper. And I think that's been kind of a theme in MWT, you know, Shoddy's being the snipers and it's frustrating to use. I was curious if it got GA'd, but I highly doubt it. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to win.
I don't know if these guys are going to be using it or not. I mean, over some of our tournaments, it's been like Shoddy's been used in some, not in others.
That's right.
I don't know. And what is it? The new AR is nuts too. Is it the guys like TR-87, TR-76? Yeah, I always forget the numbers. But that thing, I mean, you can run that with like out of red dot, just stack it with attachments, and it's an absolute beam. Whether you add like, without having a sight on, you can add a rear grip, add like the FSE laser, you can add high velocity. Like that thing can be disgusting, even at ranges. In most guns, like ARs, I don't like to shoot with an iron sight. I can't think of one I've liked since like.
What about the TAC? Because I know the TAC iron sight was pretty popular for a little bit.
Like back in the day, I never really liked the TAC V. Because it's just, the slower rate of fire was never really a thing for me. I didn't personally like it, but yeah, no, people are rocking that too. It usually comes down to like if it's a decent iron sight you can use.
That's true, and the TAC was pretty meta, I think, for a short period of time, but you got to think Season 6, right? It just came out, so we've got these new additions, you got rebalances, and that begs the question of like, how well can these players adapt today, you know? Because they've been so used to a certain meta for so long, and now we're like, you know, just a week into the new season. You mentioned the TR-76, the Lockwood's out there, Bass P gets a buff, Castoff 762 is is absolutely incredible. So one good thing about Warzone is just the meta is always so versatile, and you can really use anything. And if it works for you, it works for you. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing quite a bit take place. I know Nameless was kind of talking about drop spots, but Mini Royale, you got half the map covered in gas right off the rip. So you've got to be able to be flexible.
It's a little bit different than those tournaments where, like, everyone's kind of got their spot, right? Don't bump into our spot. This is our spot. Everyone pick your place. That can't really happen here because you're not exactly sure what circle you're going to get. So I would imagine there's going to be some early action, early and often. I think we're just waiting on like one more player to get in, and we're going to be able to drop into this one. But thank you for your patience at home. I know we had the brief delay just with some tech issues, some power issues, I think, here for some of our production.
Nameless tripped over the power cable.
Yeah, no, I definitely. He was probably racing to get a sandwich, just tore something apart.
Bowl of cereal, sandwich, something like that. Yeah, it looks like one player, and then we'll be starting, which that's interesting. So Mini Royale is normally played with, I believe, 54, and we add in the Canadian Air Force. So that brings us up to 60. So less spots you can drop in, and there's already less spots, like I said, because it's Mini Royale. So it's going to be chaotic, without question. But the military branches, they're used to adapting and overcoming, taking situations that are uncomfortable and making it comfortable for themselves.
I did. So my producers told me the last player's in the restroom. So we see this person
Better not be the Army.
to get to the stage, and we're ready to go. But it's going to be interesting too because they've been playing, kind of our next iteration of Warzone.
That's right.
Over this past day and a half, they've been testing out everything. They come with MW3, and now we're hopping back, getting into Warzone 2, and the latest edition of Warzone 2, I should say.
Yeah.
We'll see. They're going to have to shift it up a gear, get a little sweaty. Get a little nasty.
They get a little nasty. Let's see how nasty we get. I mean, 60 players in. Okay, so we should be starting relatively soon.
Here we go.
Now, remember last year we were here. We were literally at the very start of Warzone 2. Like, it had just come out. So, I mean, it was a mixed bag for all players, including our influencers. Now they've had an entire year to get used to it. We've had the World Series of Warzone. The Global Finals took place. The meta is very well set, although, again, it's going to change just a little bit, and it's going to be many.
Whether or not we see Lockwoods will be the big thing.
Oh, my gosh, dude, Lockwoods. So how do you feel about that, man? Because for me, like, I don't use shotguns personally, but if it works, it works.
I'm one of those people that, like, if there are mouse and keyboard competitors in the mix, like, that's always something I think that's going to be sort of your hard counter to, like, the aim assist battle you have at close range with subs. So, like, I get it. When I played mouse and key, I played a bit of both. And, like, when I was on mouse and key, I loved, like, a shotty, a one-hit shotty. Yes, absolutely. Like, the Sidewinder or, like, whatever the 12-gauge was in Verdansk. Yeah, I would use it. Once I'm back to controller, I'm like, no.
I can't do it. I can't. It's just my OG COD days, where they're always against, shotguns and stuff and dualies. I had never been able to do that. But then again, that's why I'm not as good. I'm going to be honest with you because I don't follow the metas, okay? I just got to do my own thing. But looks like we are getting into drop number 1. I couldn't be more excited. You mentioned a couple of great players, Iceman, Isaac. So Air Force is stacked this year. They've got 2 great influences.
Did he got
Iceman,
Biffle?
Isaac. And Biffle.
Oh, yeah. Biffle's he's a freaking god.
Dude, he is unreal. Leading up. So first off, you guys don't know Diaz Biffle. He wins with, his team over at the Global Finals in London. And on top of that, he also won like 4 tournaments in a row before he even went to Global Finals. And now you got Iceman Isaac. You've got Diaz Biffle, both on Air Force. And by the way, guys, if you guys don't know, there's 2 teams of 3 representing each branch. There's 10 wonderful branches that are being represented today. So therefore, you've got 2 wonderful creators. You've got 4 wonderful military service members playing and representing each and every branch out there. Royal Air Force is where everybody's going to be gunning to because they won last year. And the way that they won was absolutely insane. I don't even think they were top 3 until the final game. We're in the green room. They pull up Royal Air Force. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. This is, it's going to be interesting. I'm actually excited. I was like zoned out for a second. I was hardly listening to you because this is actually the first time I get to cast with spectator mode. I've never been able to cast with spectator mode like ever.
This is beautiful.
No, it looks amazing. Yes. I've cast 500 Warzone events. This is the first time I'm actually going to have a spectator mode, so I'm pretty pumped about that.
So actually, this is my first time as well because normally I'm hosting, right? So now this is a chance to actually cast. It's all been Ghost and Spider Tip who's been able to lock it in. But this is going to be a lot of fun because you get to tell the whole story as opposed watching the streamer perspective is great, but having the caster mode, Podcaster is incredible because there's so much going on when it comes to Warzone. It's great to have that overarching view, so it's going to be a treat.
You can actually tell what more than one team is doing. Yeah, it's pretty sensational. Here we go into Mini Royale. You see, it's already second circle closing in a minute and a half. People dropping in, looking to get freaky. I love just the text of the player names. Like, it's just so vibrant and easy to see who's playing. Saw Huskers hopping out. Aiden in the mix as well. Symphony, Teep. You see a lot of these content creators ready to go. And then they're going to have our Armed Forces members looking to drop bombs.
That's it.
Here we go, drop one.
Drop bombs. Looks like Observatory is also going to be just on the edge. That's going to be great to see. We're flying through, and that's why I like it. And Observatory already seeing a lot of action. I saw Deep Six out there. He's been very popular when it comes to competing in Code Bowl. Of course, we've got your typical gamer strats with Aiden changing everything up as soon as drop one comes, like he didn't have enough time to do it already.
No, that was a big one, though. Get prioritized interact on there, like, because you're going around, like, every bag you want to open, you've got to hold square, like, to get into it. So that's something you got to change quickly, and he was able to do it, not get punished for it. But it looks like all 60 players in the game. We are good. We are cruising. Claymore out. Decoy at the ready. Aiden, one of the best players on the planet.
He is. I don't know if you saw him during Solo YOLO. He was one of our few riot shielders, just kind of camping in the corner. So he's Claymore out. Looks like he might be finding a corner himself. But great guy. You know, Aiden, wonderful representation. He loves to support all the branches out there. And whenever it comes down to Code Bowl, he's been playing in them for quite some time. Already first blood, though. Gel Dog down. Tactical Brit, too. One of our players that made it into Global Finals just by the skin of his teeth through the LCQ during that final game, right, where it was like last one standing wins. So he's going to have to go to the Gulag. We'll see how well he's going to do.
Well, Aiden, he's getting ready to push up here with Toxic Tacos and Taj. They're looking for information. You saw on, actually, there were two players close. It's Baby Chaps and Jolly Rog that are in this two-story, mounted up in the window, real close, trying to get shots in. We'll see if they can get a free knock.
Yep.
As the loadout gets called in, no pickings yet.
No pickings just yet.
Oh, wait, did somebody win on a cap inside the Gulag, I think, is what we saw like the last second there?
I think we did. I love watching the Gulag fights, especially last year, man. Watching those Gulag fights, you would expect, like, Symphony was against one of the players, and I was like, dude, it's going to be over with. Symphony's going to win this. No, our military guys were absolutely dominating. Baby Chaps on there with Teep. Teep airborne, that portable UAV just kind of hanging out, you know, and just seeing what's out there, but he's about to attack. And Teep, he knows his war zone. This guy's a legend.
Yeah, no, he has put in quite a bit of time, whether it's through tournaments, just a stream play. He's now going to be getting his loadout. And I saw he had a Lockman to work with. Yep. Oh, he's getting pushed, though. There's 3 players flying towards him, though. He's got some teammates here in support. Everybody's got loadouts ready to go. 7-6-2 out for Aiden. Getting some beams in, pushing one down low.
Oh, we got Army versus Navy. Aiden up close. Good shots. He's aggressive. He's going to make that push. He gets stuck, but he gets it down beforehand. It's chaos.
And that's Aiden versus Teep, so they're both able to make a little bit of noise. Teep is going to get thirsted, though. The finish comes in. The res is going through. One of Teep's teammates got pushed all the way back to this ravine early, so 2 of them just getting out. I think Teep probably made the call, let's get out of here. Did he lead with the precision, though? Did he lead the precision?
He did. I think he did. We'll find out very shortly. Oh, Jufas actually gets one. He's going to get it down himself. The precision doesn't connect.
No, it did. It did. I think it was Tom's the one with it. Yeah, it did get a knock. It did get a knock.
You got to push on this, and they're going to push on that to make sure they can capitalize off it. That's exactly what you have to do. I think aggressive teams, especially now that Warzone 2 is kind of more established, right? You've been able to figure out the map. Even though it's Mini Royale, it's going to be changing up. Still the same map that we know and love. You've got to capitalize off and down. That's exactly what we're seeing. I'm loving it.
No, I mean, that was really well played because he led that perfectly. So you kind of get that no-noti in, right? Like, no notification comes in. You get caught by the precision. Kill feed is lighting up as it has gotten real mixy all over the map.
Wow.
But you see, still 50 out of the 60 players left inside of this one.
You've had Army, Navy face off against each other. Space Force was Huskers gets in the way, and Space Force also represented by Symphony too, so that's going to be a talented roster. Toxic Tacos is just putting in work. I can't even lie. Already 2 kills, 3 downs. It doesn't look like he's done just yet.
Yeah, they're still battling here. There's just one trying to work above him, I thought.
Yep.
It's just one player lurking. Look at him just tucked away. I think he's just tucked on the other side of the shack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's going for the attack, too.
Good luck.
Oh, wait, hold on. 1v2. Toxic Tacos down.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what else are you going to do?
No, 100%. I mean, it's either you sit and lurk. You could have waited for him to rotate out, but I think they had the information he was there. So, good luck.
And that was Kabassi, I believe, the third for Huskers roster for Space Force. So they ran into a bit of issues, right, whenever the Navy and Army started pushing them, but they're going to be back. I mean, we still have all our teams ready to go and still up here, right, 20 out of 20. But we have already lost 8 players. Mini Royale is so violently fast. And I think teams like Aid and Teep, for example, is going to definitely have a good time. Huskers, though, is not a guy to stand back. Teep, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Trying to get out. I cannot believe Teep just got away.
He's got a little bit of help there, too, but just a beautiful smoke. Push it out to play his life. Huskill hunting. And the third team, I think, is dropping back in. You see that number 7 on the minimap.
Yeah.
I think floating back to it. Husk just still lurking, Ooh! Not going to win that one-on-one. It's Baby Chavs that puts Huskers out of it.
That's it.
And I believe that's going to be the first team knocked out.
That is. So Space Force is going to lose 1. They still have Symphony in their team with Hangdog, Ravine, who's going to be playing. Because like I said, there's 2 teams, 2 trios representing each branch. Yep. Space Force not out just yet, but their job just got harder. Teeth finds Aiden. This fight has lasted an eternity, but can he check the right side? There's 1 more remaining from Aiden's roster. It's 2 more. And Toxic Tacos is the one I'm worried about.
Yeah, it seems like they just can't avoid each other. Like the early fight on rotation, now still battling it out here. Jolly Rod with the angle, I thought for a moment, might be able to funnel them in towards Teep's side. Just shooting out the balloon to make sure they can't rotate.
Good shots. Taj looked like he wanted to get to that redeploy.
Teep's going for it.
Might as well. He's pushed. Back into the cave we go. Toxic Tacos is dead here for sure. That's going to be a down. Good finish. That leaves 1 more remaining, minus what's happening in the Gulag. And we're going for it. We're going up top. It's a good setup, though, for Taj. Good setup for Taj, but Taj is... it's not the play.
No. I don't know if he didn't realize like how fast that grapple get hit, like how quick Teep could get on him, but it happened quickly. It looks like a Gulag must still be remaining because you still have 19 out of 20 teams left in this.
Yeah, Aiden's already back. You can see they're taking down Tremendous Tree. Toxic Tacos picking up 1 as well. So quick off the rip coming in. Rest in peace, Fred. Lovely's going to take him out, and there it is. Already now down 3 total trios. And I don't know if any of the branches are completely out just yet, but there's Symphony. I see just up ahead. Hangdog, who we were talking about. Zach the OG saw a wonderful interview from him. Here. So we got the Marines going up, I believe, against Space Force. Let's see how that's going to unfold.
Well, look at the size of this circle, and there are so many teams on that mini-map.
It's only going to get congested, too, I mean, as the zones collapse in.
Yeah, it's sort of like a maybe pick your building, just kind of get posted up and look for your picks. Just hope, like, loot-wise, you're in a good place. Symphony trying to get the high ground now, just maybe trying to get an audio cue on the 2 players in front of him. Hasn't been able to spot him yet. Finally getting eyes on, and yeah, he'll be one of the faster sensitivities you're going to watch. Just based on him being on mouse and key, he is flicking the wrist.
Now, we have X-ray. Symphony does too, though.
Yeah. More than likely, he knows exactly what's going on. That guy's got exceptional awareness.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you remember the moment we were screaming at the screen. Symphony used the res gun because he had the res gun last time.
Oh,
just came out.
I remember.
But he's learned it now. Some trouble, though, as we do see a player drop Unfortunate. That's going to leave Hangdog Symphony up. So they've got to try and go big and even get the redeploy if they possibly can. But they are pinched between the Marines and another unit who's just going to be up ahead. So
I think, like, their roof's just not all that tall. Like, compared to the 2 roofs on the other side of them, they can't really get high ground and hold from there. Just due to the fact that they don't have the height advantage. It's going to be so difficult to win those gunfights. So they might just be tucked in for a moment. They have what? They have plenty of money for the buys. Simpson on 15K.
Yeah, Gulag's closed now too. Something to consider. And by the way, that was Royal Air Force, the Royal Air Force was just up ahead. The winners from last year and the specific roster: Norms, Welsh, Spratt. Okay, at least Norms for sure was the one hoisting the trophy after they won. He's got the whitest teeth I've ever seen. He gave the Conor McGregor walk when he was coming in. He's got the swag. They're looking to go back to back, but they're also in this area with Symphony, Hangdog, and I believe the Marines as well.
Oh, look how many have to rotate off of this. Like, I was talking about maybe a buy. Like, how the hell are you going to try to do that? Now another team's coming on the flank. You're trying to rotate if you're Zach the OG. I think you got onto the portable buy. I thought he was going to drop as soon as he hit that, but somehow it looks like he's able to dip back into the building.
That was Natasha, them rolling in. That's going to be our newly added Canadian Air Force. Can't wait to see them. They also have a female soldier representing Miss Whiskey. Can't wait to see what she's going to be up to. And Natasha's an incredible player, so she's getting Mixie, and so is Smixie, who's representing the Canadian Air Force, which Smixie, the only female to qualify for global finals, a wonderful player. But I love to see all 3 are back into the mix with Symphony because they stayed alive but they're disengaging. They want to set up early on, and I think that's the play here.
Well, let's see what he's able to do. I mean, they did a good job just staying alive, I think, in that crazy situation. Now the question is, can you find any kills? You're able to get your third teammate back into it off the portable. He's got players in front of him in the water. Oh, I thought he did. I thought he had a player in front of him. Maybe they swam over to the right.
Ooh, seeing that that mini map pop up, all those players gonna get nutty for sure. Still looking at Royal Air Force. Obviously, Symphony though, you got to put a lot of attention on him. It's about to get mixy and dicey very, very shortly. I mean, how many players are we down to at this point? We've got, I think 15 total trios still remaining, and one's going to challenge in. Symphony's going to manage to pick up one. That's going to be the Royal Air Force, so first blood is going to be on Welsh Raspberry. But the job's not done yet. Hangdog, for the first time, is out, and Symphony's job, along with his partner, just got more difficult.
He's just trying to get through loot, make sure he's got everything he needs for the tail end of this game. Seems to be in a good spot. 12 trios now remaining, 27 players.
Air Force comes in. Iceman Isaac.
And Isaac's kind of got the high ground. His teammates playing from low. He's just diving around, belly flopping like a fish, getting the smoke out, trying to get plated up. I think he's getting pushed, though. Iceman Isaac might be in trouble.
Might be.
Keep an eye on him just at the top left of your screen. You had him there for a moment.
Miss Whiskey. Miss Whiskey representing. Love to see her play. Very talented streamer in her own right. About 20K followers, right, whenever it comes over to Twitch. Like I said, Royal Canadian Air Force. She's playing with Smixy. Now, this is so typical of Smixy rosters. They love to hang on the edge. And that's exactly what they're going to do, and they'll make their way in. It's risk, high reward. You're staying on the edge, which means you're less to get flanked, but you're also having to push into everybody who's already going to be established in hard cover. Not an easy place to be, but Smixy loves to do this.
Sometimes if you have durables, like he does.
Yep.
Playing edge, like, you can make some nutty plays. The question is, do all of them have durables? That I'm not too sure of, but if they can do like a late rotation off of the durable.
Yeah, here we go. They do have a couple buildings in front of them, but you have to assume even that they're already taken.
I would think so. With 11 teams still remaining?
Yeah.
You've got like, what, 5 or 6 buildings to work with? Yeah.
That's it.
Everything's going to be used.
Definitely.
So I sit here until maybe I hear some gunfire, and I start sending it over. What just happened?
So Symphony's down.
Symphony's got clothesline?
Yeah, there was a flank, I think, from Baby Chaps. Baby Chaps came up and at least got one down representing the Navy, but Space Force is back, and they do have the durable gas mask, which means Symphony, he still has to hightail it. But now he's going to be running into players, like I said, for Smixy, already established, and that durable gas mask is about to break. So Symphony's got to be on the run, and a sniper's going to come through, too. He's being pinned up. Does he make it?
Oh, he just got popped. His teammate got dropped. I think it was Biffle maybe hitting the shots. Just trying to get out, just able to do it. Symphony able to get out for now. But it's a lone man mission now.
It is.
He's hoping to maybe find another gas mask because that all got burnt. But, I mean, the big thing is here, hoping everybody else ends up fighting each other so he can't just get held for free, but he's getting held.
Oh, man. So he's got a ton of teams. I cannot believe he found this area. This is actually beautiful. You've got Joe and Co. who's going to be just up ahead, too. So, I mean, that building has 2 or 3 teams. Oh, but he's just on the edge. And now he's in the open, and he's gone. And Biffle takes him down. But a good effort from Symphony nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, he might have survived to get them a bit of a higher placement, but we got 7 teams remaining now, 17 players left on the map. Perfect view here from our broadcaster mode to show how this is going to play out. Isaac, by the way, is still been on this rooftop the entire time. Like, he lost both of his teammates, but he's been vibing.
He is. He's vibing. Let's see how well he can do. He's staying up there, at least for the time being, representing Air Force, who have been trying to get first place. They've gotten second. They've gotten third in previous years. Is this the year they finally get over that hump and remain victorious? 7 trios remaining, 18 players here, and things are about to get dicey. As we take a look at one of our branches here. All is quiet so far, but you can see that purple guy up ahead. That's actually going to be Iceman. Iceman's about to be challenged. He's going to challenge himself. You got Biffle and Co. who's also going to be up there. Players are falling left and right, Maven.
The circle is just getting so small. Find your corner, get tucked in. Reedy, he's got a bathroom. That's your bathroom now, pal. He's got a couple of smokes to work with. He had that munitions box. I'd almost think about tossing that just to maybe throw another couple of smokes in the bag. Tries to go for the res, though, as one sends it out. Not going to happen. Going to be Jaff, I believe, set up on the rooftop.
Iceman's still on the roof as well. Iceman's still on the roof.
He finally falls. Iceman will be taken out. 4 teams, 8 players.
Oh, here we go. Natasha, she loves her late game engagement. She's very talented in doing so. Gasmat's going to be on. Now that circle's going to be fully closed. She hops on the inside. Coast Guard, we'll see you later. Now it's going to be one trio versus another for the victory. Get picked, trying to stay up. It won't come in. And that was Natasha, I believe, taking the victory. Natasha once again doing it. I've watched her in plenty of tournaments before, and I tell you what, she is just so good at the game, and well, represented here for the first map. That was exciting and quick, blistering fast.
Yeah, just like you saw from like, what, once they got into like Hydro on, it was just tough.
Yeah,
like those rotations were so difficult. So difficult to get in position. You saw, I mean, from Sim's POV,
that's right,
several other players, is how hard it was to hit the rotate. I mean, the early fights between Teeps and Aiden's teams were great.
Well, I take it back. It was actually Royal Air Force who gets the victory.
Was it? Okay.
That was Natasha and them who get second place. So Royal Air Force in back-to-back years now starting off hot. There's only 4 games.
Listen, even with the broadcaster mode, it's tough sometimes with Warzone. Just the ins are frantic. You got so many. I mean, at one point they were like, they went from like 9 people alive in that tiny circles closing, and then suddenly I look at it's a 1v1. I'm like, okay, all right, but here we are.
A lot of heavy hitters though in the ends. I mean, you know, Iceman Isaac obviously managed to stay up. Natasha stayed up. Looking at the Canadian Army, or Canadian Air Force being represented very well. I was very surprised. I mean, with it being their first time here.
Yeah.
This might be a lot of, you know, the Royal, Canadian Air Force. Like, this could be their first time competing in a land setting. That's not an easy thing to do.
I love it.
And to get second place. Mixie also getting, you know, Mixie in the end.
Yeah.
You love to see that.
100%. And, I mean, so far, so good. It's been a blast to see how this is going to play out. Now, I'll tell you one thing I'm not going to be doing. I'm not going to be talking about scores or anything until we have, like, official results. Because last year, I thought I knew without a shadow of a doubt what, like, the top 2 were. And then the team that ended up winning wasn't even anyone I had on my radar.
Yeah.
So I'm not even trying it this year. You know, having multiple teams that are playing under kind of one organization or one part of the armed forces, I guess it played tricks on my brain. But that'll do it for our first drop. Great start here with Reflections. But back over to the desk, Lottie, Nameless, Allie, how you doing?
Hello, lads. Doing very well, thank you very much indeed. I've got to say, though, my goodness me, who would have thought? RAF, they really do want this back-to-back. They really do want this 2P because they've just come out of the woodworks as if they haven't been away from Code Bowl at all. Ali, are you impressed with the resilience we're seeing from the RAF and really coming out strong in this first drop?
Of course, whenever you win something and go to possibly go 2P, it's always like either side of the coin. Either you get smoked really early and clearly weren't prepped and everybody came for revenge, or you showed resilience that you had put time and prep work into it and had the game plan and just continued where you left off. And clearly it looks like that's where RAF stands.
I'll tell you what though, it was getting rather mixy, wasn't it, Nameless? It was getting very mixy, and that is exactly what you expect from Mini Royale. Talk to me about those kind of end circle moments where we saw so many different teams just really in the thick of it.
Well, it got really interesting there at the end because I don't know if anybody noticed, but Iceman Isaac and Biffo are both on the same team on opposite sides, and they were in the final circle. They were like 2 of the top 5 teams. It was incredible. I thought they were going to engage and kill each other, but the circle just gets so small. We saw Natasha's team sitting inside the building and Iceman Isaac above the building. We knew that eventually they were going to have to engage, and it just comes down to like throwing your tacticals, trying to get some damage with the grenade, getting inside and getting that final cleanup. But yeah, I mean, that was a crazy ending. That's how I hope all 4 of these drops end up.
I have a funny feeling it probably will be. And like you said, it is because of the circle and that pressure, that added pressure that you're seeing because it's getting so small so quickly and there just isn't room to breathe. I've got to ask you about some standout players, whether or not they made it to the final moments or even halfway. There were some really awesome moments of gameplay there.
I got to shout out my boy Teep. I mean, every time we went on that POV, I mean, we just saw his team frying, and him specifically, seeing him get so aggressive, like we were talking about in that first drop, that would be so important because you only have but so many opportunities to get these kills that you need. But also, there were 17 people left in that final circle in the end. That really shocked me. I thought it would be way more aggressive than it was.
I got to shout out one person. Get Picked was going crazy.
Yes.
He had 6 kills, absolutely lighting it up, and that's Royal Canadian Air Force's first time being in the Cold Bowl, so they didn't look nervous whatsoever. They're ready to go. Second place in the first drop. Expect them to keep going.
Not bad for the debut indeed, and feeling pretty good at the moment. But my big question right now is, where do they go from here? We talked about tactics, we talked about strategy. What kind of strategy and tactics were you picking up, Ali? The aggression, I feel like, was the main thing that I kind of saw in terms of the gameplay.
Yeah, it was kind of like the comfortability level. Like, I felt like with the creators and, you know, people we've seen in the scene that have been playing Warzone a long time, they were much more aggressive. They were much more in the game plan, and they were much more like, let's just go and get some kills, where I felt like maybe the vets were taking a little bit slower, feeling everybody else out. So I think that'll be a telltale sign for drop number 2, because again, now the bar is going to be set.
All right, and Nameless, for you, we talked about the keys to victory in the last one. In drop number 1, were you surprised to see the amount of aggression coming forward right at the beginning? Do you want to see maybe some teams switch up what they were trying to establish and do in that drop number 1 heading into the second?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be pretty fast-paced as we're playing Mini Royale. I do think some teams will adjust the way that they play it, though. We saw how Symphony, unfortunately, got caught on that rotation. It was just a struggle. I mean, they got knocked behind the wall, then he had to get up with the res and rotate by himself alone. It's just a struggle when you get in that type of situation. You want to have control early. We saw Iceman, Isaac. They were in the center of that zone at the very end and land themselves a pretty good placing there at the end. So you got to give yourself a chance to take the RNG out.
Love it. Well, it was short but sweet for our drop 1 winners. They are the Royal Air Force Esports, and they are standing by with I Hold Shift for our Why Play Solo interview presented by USAA.
Why play solo when you have a great team? And actually, I'm going to switch it up on you a little bit, Lottie. Royal Air Force may have won, but I got to get the new guys on stage. I got the Royal Canadian Air Force and Liberman in particular. First of all, first event. How does it feel to kind of be here in person?
Well, it's actually an honor to be here. The fact that I'm not in the bush right now playing something that I love is incredible.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see you guys come in, be represented. Obviously, you get a lot of your cohorts with you playing with some pretty famous streamers. What does it mean to kind of be in this spot and be able to play up against other servicemen across the world?
Well, the fact that I got to train with the Brits and I get to train with the Americans, the fact that I get to play against them in a competitive scene is awesome. We're just trying to bring it to them.
So first drop now. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of this. You guys looked mighty good. A lot of the full squad is still alive going to the last circle. Take me through kind of those last couple of moments as you guys finished second.
Well, we were just playing it slow. We wanted to feel the vibe of the lobby, really. So we just wanted to kind of get our loadie, see what's going on, and just play our game. And it worked well, but at the end, I wish we had a gas mask. But other than that, it was still fun.
Trust me, there's been plenty of drops where I have been in the same position. So now that you guys are getting ready to go, you kind of get the first one out of the way. Anything in particular you're looking forward to or maybe to change coming into drop number 2 to kind of get yourself into that first place position?
Honestly, just grab a couple more kills, play our positioning like we're always doing, and just keep doing what we do.
Perfect. Liberman, hey, appreciate having you, man. Awesome. And hey, that's exactly what it means as you have an opportunity to represent your country in, of course, the first time for these guys. So thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck next round. And back to you, Lottie, at the desk for the next drop.
Thank you so much. I Hold Shift, and I've got to say, I am very, very impressed with what I'm seeing from Canada right now.
Oh, yeah.
They have been so, so good, and their creators also have been frying in the lobby too. But we'll see what happens for drop number 2. That was our Why Play Solo interview presented by USAA, along with award-winning service. USAA is known for squadding up with the military community, so service members and their families never have to go solo. But, I'm excited to see what drop 2 is going to bring. I do think we're going to see things shift up quite a bit. I don't know if RAF will get it done this time around. I think a few of our squads have probably learned from that first drop and kind of felt the vibes. And I think Mini Royale really is so different from a regular Warzone drop that I think some adaptation needs to be had here. Have you got any kind of advice for some of these guys that may be trailing right at the, right behind you? Talked about getting smoked right off the rip, and some of them certainly did.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. I've had that happen before. I tried playing an Warzone tournament. It wasn't Mini Royale, but we were practicing and prepping, and we were doing really well. And then the first drop we went in, instantly smoked, instantly died. And I was like, well, this hadn't happened at all in practice. I wasn't prepped for this. So be prepared for anything. Thankfully, you have a couple drops to get through, but designate somebody if you feel like you're in a bad situation. Designate their job to just stay alive as long as possible. That's their job for the entirety of the game. Just stay up.
I like that. Stay alive as long as possible. Well, I'll tell you something though, folks. This event is possible in part thanks to Monster Energy. So go grab a can of Monster Energy, upload your receipt to Call of Duty, monsterenergy.com, and earn bonus in-game rewards when Modern Warfare 3 launches. And for those of you just joining us, we have some great viewer rewards thanks to USAA. Here's the second one of the day. And folks, it's of course that double XP token. It's for 30 minutes each hour of the first 3 hours of our broadcast. And we had said before, that double XP token, it's a good one. Make sure you guys are tuning in, get your tabs open. If you're busy, it's all right. Just have us on another tab. Make sure you do grab that viewer reward. I'm very excited to see what happens in drop number 2. I don't know what it's going to bring, but one big question I actually do have, Nameless, is about how you're going to handle maybe even reviving some teammates. It's so fast-paced. Is there even time for that, or do you just go, you know what? I think it's kind of chalked for that. Sorry, but
we just saw it at the very end. Symphony was getting rezzed, and his teammate died, but Symphony was able to get away with it. So it's going to be very, very tough if you get knocked towards those final circles. But yeah, you can get some res off. You get that revive gun, you can shoot him from distance. He'll be able to get up while you just hide in cover. So it'll be fun. All
right, we'll have to see what happens next, folks. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we will have drop number 2 heading in to Al Mazrah coming up right after the break.
Code Bowl is brought to you by USAA. Team up to score award-winning service. And by Monster Energy. Head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to learn how you can earn bonus in-game rewards.
If you trying to have a war, it's a war zone. It's a war zone.
This is Ghost. Woods. Mist. Farah.
Russell Adler. Captain Price. Going dark.
Go! Everybody ready? Hoorah!
I just got Call of Duty.
Good start, Dad. Hell yeah! You got it.
Well, it's not over yet. Trust me.
Go, go, go! Stop the train! Give us the fire. We'll give them hell. Oh my God! Oh my
Operation Men means the world to me. They've given me a life I never could have imagined.
Remember their sacrifices, and remember when our nation called their name, they did not look away.
From healthcare to compensation, VA is rapidly expanding benefits for hundreds of thousands of veterans.
Welcome to the VA.
If you or a loved one served in the military, contact VA today. You served your country. Now let VA serve you.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Code Bowl 4, presented by USAA. We are just moments away from our second drop, and the big question on my mind, I'm sure a lot of people at home, and I'm sure a lot of players in here. What are the keys to victory? Ali, I'm going to start with you right now. What do you want to see out of all of our players going in for the second time?
Honestly, I want to see the teams that ended in the top last time to have a much safer game plan now to try and place again. Because what? Why are you laughing?
It is a good plan. It is good.
Why are you laughing? What's your plan then, huh?
She goes, all right,
I want to
what's
see
your plan?
better attack usage at the end, okay? I want to see better stuns, better nades.
What does that have to do with what I was saying? Like, at what point did that cause for you to laugh at my idea? All right, all right.
It's their off season, folks. They just got a few things to work out, some things and things. But it'll be fine by the next CDL season for sure. Ali, I've got to ask you though, you're looking absolutely fantastic. Are you that girl? The wardrobe change? You just had to switch things up?
No, unfortunately, my southern roots got the best of me when we went to the talent room and I chugged a sweet tea and it didn't agree with my outfit. So here we are.
Look, it's typical. I respect it. It happens and you look absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
We love an outfit change for sure. But a reminder that this year, folks, Monster Energy is joining the party as a partner of Code Bowl 4, and to celebrate the brand new Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP, it will be introduced. The award will be decided by the Code Bowl 4 broadcast team, and that is us, and it will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. So make sure you guys stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the inaugural Monster Energy MVP. Now, to reward our fans as well, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partner to develop a custom calling card that has been automatically placed in your inventory. It's called Most Valuable Beast, so go check it out right now and get it equipped, folks. Absolutely incredible. The recipient will actually receive the Monster Energy MVP award and be crowned the first ever Monster Energy MVP of Code Bowl. I mean, look at that award. That was absolutely gorgeous, and based on what we've seen so far, who do you guys think is going to be that MVP? And it's difficult. I know it's only dropped one. I know we've seen a few plot twists happening. RAF coming, sneaking in, back for another victory potentially. But who has been performing well for you, Ali?
I think Git picked what Ant touched on earlier at the very, very end when it was the final circle and there was like 17 people left still, which is insane to me. He was very much thriving in that chaos. And so I think that's really important when it comes to a game like Warzone, is to be able to thrive when things get crazy. So definitely a player at least to keep our eye on.
Love that, thriving in chaos. And I've got to ask you, Anne, who do you think might be actually picking up that?
I 100% agree with Ali. He had an incredible game. If he can keep that up, he will definitely be the MVP. Some sick rewards as well. A calling card, that ring. I was trying to put that on. That thing is fresh.
Yeah, it is actually stunning. I've got to say that ring is absolutely incredible. And we were very close for Nameless walking away with that one on his pinky finger. Luckily, it didn't fit. So don't worry, folks. You're safe right now. But thanks once again to everyone participating in this year's Code Bowl. The Endowment has placed more than 125,000 veterans into jobs since 2009. And thanks again so much for being here with us today. It means the absolute world. Now, we do have an updated leaderboard, folks, for the first time. Let's see what is going to be going on this one and who is right at the very top. And I have a funny feeling we're seeing right now the total points coming over from Canada, the debut team.
Yes, so obviously the biggest standout is even though Air Force Gaming might have won the Warzone game itself, they didn't have as many kills as the Royal Canadian Force has. So they will be sitting at the top 37.5, a great lead for the newbies here at Code Bowl. And
yo, all the Air Force teams are frying, okay? All three of them have been going absolutely off. And you see in second place, Air Force Gaming. That's the two teams you mentioned that were in the final circle together. Isaac and Biffle, both their trios made it to the end. So maybe that was that strategy that we talked about during the top of the show. Meet up late and sort of work together. We'll see if it pays off, but 30 points, pretty good. Got a big top three right now.
Very, very impressive stuff from the Air Force teams here. And I've got to say, boots on the ground, no problem at all. It's all in the sky, apparently. Looking looking at that leaderboard, it's really exciting. And I love what you touched upon there, Nameless. It really does come down to, like, you know, the kind of balance in your trio. Who is going for what? Are we going for the kills? Are we going for a great placement? And it all does come down to that kind of synergy that you're going in with two trios. And it's difficult. That's actually really, really difficult. What are you expecting out of some of these trios? Are you expecting them to get up in between drops and kind of go over to one another like, yo, pick it up, bruh? Like, what was that?
100%. I'm doing that. Listen, the best thing is honesty with your teammates. You got to be direct with them. You got to let them know, like, hey, brother, I'm going to need a little bit more out of you this next drop, right? And then sometimes people perform better under pressure. You can see they're talking about their strategy right now going into this next drop. Another thing to touch on is just the rotations, right? Mini Royale, it's so fast. You have to get positioning. If we learned anything from that first drop, it's that there were like 20 people in the smallest circle that I've ever seen. You want to be there early so you can be on the rooftop and have that advantage.
Yeah, try and get those kind of pickoffs right at the end, because that's exactly where it happens, right? We literally have a ring of people that you could just basically gun down it and get the job done in kills and in placement too. But it looks like we're just about ready to go with our second drop. So without further ado, Maven, Reflections, boys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We already got some suggestions for the MVP. Love that. We got Maven dancing. You know it's going to be a good time. I'm Taylor Reflections, so we're joined by Maven. Drop number 2. Drop 1 was quick.
I mean, I think they're all going to be relatively quick just due to the nature of what we're playing here at Mini Royale. But yeah, I think because we were like kind of sitting around with a power issue, really excited to get into it. It kind of flew through, but we had different stories that developed over the course of it. And I know it's only 1 drop, but there's also only 4 drops. So
3 more left.
We're going to really start to see the shape of this thing pretty quickly.
You know, that's the thing, man. I was looking at Army, I was looking at Navy, I was looking at Space Force, and they're really far down that list. Which U.S. Army, come on, man. I was Army myself. I just want them to do well. But they still got time. There's only 3 more games to go. But it makes sense why they didn't do as well, because you got to think Army, Navy, Space Force were in this like epic battle that lasted for almost 10 minutes. And that was Aiden along with Toxic Tacos. That was TP along with Deep Six. That was Huskers, Hangdog, who were just consistently battling around Cave. And that took so long. By the time they left, by the time one of them even won the fight, they're leaving with 1 player, 2 players. That's not enough.
Yeah. It's also tough for us to kind of predict how things are going to go, because, you know, you're sitting and watching and you see one team maybe get cooked or one team struggling, and you're not thinking about the other part of the double trio and how they're performing. But I think that's what stood out to us over the course of it. It was either people are kind of getting ahead on rotation, getting set up, being able to lock something down and maybe get free picks, or just this desperation rotation mode where, I mean, listen, there's a wide array of talent that is here, but you mount anybody in a window holding somebody on rotation, they've got thumbs, somebody's probably getting beamed.
That's right, man. They're definitely getting beamed. There was a lot of hard cover in the end zones, and teams were scrambling to try to get to those POIs. Symphony was one of them. Symphony stayed alive for a long time, trying to do his best for Air Force. And
yeah, I didn't see how many teams that got knocked out while he was trying to finesse, but like, I knew he was in trouble when it was, I saw his teammate drop the Biffle.
Yeah.
And listen, Biffle is one of the better like natural aimers I've ever seen. If he's holding somebody on rotation, I don't care how cracked your movement is. Good luck. I mean,
he's best in the world. I mean, bottom line, period. I mean, you know, he wins the global finals. Like, he's going to be the best until the global.
He is effing different.
I could not believe how well he did, and I can't believe how well they're doing today. But I mean, let's talk about Royal Canadian Air Force, dude. Like, they're in first place by a lot, and both of their rosters, because there's 2 teams representing each branch, did incredibly well. Natasha and her crew, they mentioned get picked for potential MVP. Playing alongside Natasha, representing the Royal Canadian Air Force, they second, third place off the rip, just behind that of the Royal Air Force. And on top of that, too, then you had Smixy riding the edge of the gas, doing so with Miss Whiskey. And they had a solid placing, too. What a lot of people forget potentially at home is, like, there's 2 branches. You could have one branch do exceedingly well. If your other branch doesn't do well, or excuse me, your other team doesn't do well, your branch is going to suffer because of that. So they need to be on the same wavelength, and it's hard to team with your own team because things get so chaotic, as we saw.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's even really thinking about it.
How can you?
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what the rules around that are. But like, we haven't really seen too much of that happen because, yes, it's so fast, it's so frantic.
Yeah.
Everyone, you're playing as a trio and just trying to perform. You know, yes, there are 2 teams getting points, but don't think of it like a 6-man team, because that's just never really, at least the 2 years we've done it, it's never really been a thing.
It's not.
It's just tough to do.
Well, it looks like game number 2 is about to get started. We are at our halfway point once this has finished. And like we've been saying, this is Mini Royale. Half the map is going to be covered in gas off the rip, and we're probably not going to have the same end zones throughout all the entirety of. I would be very surprised if we do. That would be totally random. But
unless this is early in Warzone 2, and I'm pretty sure I got the same ending about 20 times in a row, and it was in the damn water. That's what I remember.
Hey, Ghost loves his water landings. Maybe we'll get one here. Honestly, I hope for it because I love chaos. The Navy would be happy.
Yeah, that's true. There might be some kind of advantage. And of course, we're dropping here like marshlands. Like everybody getting swimming early. But yeah, we're just in the pregame lobby waiting for everyone to get rocking and rolling, and we'll see who will come out on top, what kind of changes will be made. I still found that segment with Ali and Nameless so funny, bro. When like,
Nameless just randomly laughing.
She started saying something and Andy started laughing. She's like, what?
And I still don't know what he was laughing at because he said something totally irrelevant.
No, I know. They crack me up. They've just been working together a long time, dude. Who knows what wavelengths their brains are on now. But Ali, if you can hear me, I love you. That had me crying.
And Ali's right in the middle, too. So, like, yeah, they're wonderful. They've been breaking it down like a shotgun. Loving what they're doing out there. Get picked, solid pick for MVP. Don't forget about Toxic Tacos, though, with Aiden, because Toxic Tacos, during that epic battle between Army, Navy, and Space Force, was absolutely showing why he is here today. But with game number 2 started, let's get it going. Maven, I'm curious where we're going to be landing.
All right, let's take a look at our circle here. So it's going to be basically like what, outside of caves, where we just saw kind of some epic battles go down. So it's going to be right between like what, yeah, basically caves. Okay. Will be our one side of it. We still have observatory, but well, honestly, it seems pretty similar to what we had last time around.
Yeah, it is, and I'm curious if we're going to have that similar epic trio fight, that trio battle. For the most part, wow, look at the kill feed already, brother.
Holy.
And I like that. These teams are getting spicy. The understand there's only 4 games. Benny Central picking up 2 off the rip. We're off now over towards our game 1 winners, Unknown Jeff as well as Maddie. They were victorious, and we're on board with Unknown. Again, the guy with the widest teeth I have literally ever seen. The Conor McGregor walk to the trophy. They win game number 1.
If you keep saying that,
I've got to because it was so cool, man.
Do I need to get like teeth surgery, or what do you call it? Like
baby, now don't make it about you.
Do I need to get like the dentures or whatever they're called? Not dentures. What are like the fake teeth people get?
Dentures.
Is it dentures are like the young people get to replace their teeth?
We're not young,
different? Oh, that's okay. All right, I'm just getting dentures, and that makes sense.
Oh, well, one day, look at this, though. Observatory
Holy.
saw a lot. Symphony's in the mix, too. You got Ready Citizen Snipers out there. Toxic Tacos, my dude, with Aiden taking down Brizzy.
Oh.
Symphony runs into Spider-Man. He's got Breadman also there, too, to get the finish. It's chaos at Observatory.
Oh, poor Mason is sad boy. Those close-range fights on Mouse and Key is the exact opposite of what the type of fight you want to get into, but he will drop, he'll get to the gulag. Bread, Graham, and Spinup.
Yep.
We'll see what kind of start they can get here.
Breadman, he's an awesome player, man.
Well, this is actually, dude, I haven't dropped Observatory in a long time. Like, I haven't even been here since that, like, cult, I don't think.
It's totally blown up, too. This is crazy looking, yeah.
No, I just haven't, I guess, dropped Observatory in a while.
I love Observatory.
I've kind of been on my single-player grind as of late, I'll be honest with you. I'm playing all sorts of stuff.
Taj picking up swag. Taj was instrumental with Aiden and his crew just a little bit earlier with Toxic Tacos. Seems like that roster is going to do fairly well. I know one of the things about Aiden-led rosters when it comes to tournaments outside of World Series and Warzone is they tend to be very aggressive off the rip, get a lot of eliminations, but then towards late game, it's kind of hit or miss. Are they going to last? Because they're just so aggressive. So I'm curious if they'll taper that off. Iceman Isaac also picking up Hangdog. So
Lottie said I was thinking of veneers.
Veneers.
Yeah,
but they got to shave your teeth down.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that sounds horrible. I don't want my teeth shaved.
I'm not a
I didn't know that was part of it.
Don't quote.
Never mind. Back to the gameplay. That sounds horrible.
Oh, nice job, Tactical Brit. He dropped early on in game 1. Game 2, he's got all the loot to choose from. And, well, these guys looking absolutely solid. Again, Tactical Brit, he knows how to stay alive. He made it to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. And Tremendous Tree was also lighting up that kill feed in game 1. So nice to see him healthy and ready to go for some more fights. We've already lost a trio, too.
Wow, yeah, Observatory is so much different than the last time I dropped here. It's been a minute. A lot added to with the update. I've just been on kind of the Bondo grind too when I've been on, honestly.
Yeah.
Them changes to the map, additions of weapons, but for the most part, I assume there's been a GA or an agreement, maybe not to use the Lockwood.
I haven't
seen that at all. It's mostly been Lockman subs in the background.
Yep.
Or in the back pocket, I should say.
We're only like
Sneaky,
just a
sneaky.
little bit into game 2. All right.
That's true,
So wait
that's
till we
true,
get the game
that's
3,
true.
game 4, whenever it starts becoming more personal. They want to move up, and they just say, "Who cares about GAs? Let's just make some magic happen."
Oh, well, he thought maybe he was playing his life, trying to be smart, but he had a team that jumped down the hill. Another following from above. I think Jobo was trying to drop it on loadout. He would have been the last person with a chance, and he's going to have to stretch. I think Jobo might be the last player up for his team. He's at number 8 holding above, I think. He's waiting for everyone to pass. Maybe he can wrap it behind and hit loadout.
I like this aggression from Tactical Brit. Zerga doesn't like it, though. He drops. He's going to surely be finished off. We'll see in just a bit. Now that leads us into a 2v3. Zerga actually does get back up, so must have had a self-revive, and then you've got a third branch. So you've got 3 branches fighting in this area. One of them for sure being the Royal Navy, who's looking to make an impact here, pushing up to, and right into it. Tremendous tree, but Artasha to the left is going to hit the shots needed. So Get Picked is also going to fall, and this could very well be the Royal Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, making it out with a strong finish.
Tacking on another one here. Oh, little snap back, but nice centering. But Doss is sauce.
I love
that. Able to pick up the kill. Tactical Brit now. See what you got left in the tank. I mean, Natasha is just trying to get out down the hill. Be last with that nice shots. They're through on the thirst. Another player there just around the edge. 12 plates to work with. You never know, that decoy might come in handy.
You can imagine if it actually does. Very rarely do decoys actually do anything.
Never.
But Tactical Brit is a sneaky guy.
Just use it.
He wants to fight. And this has kind of been their thing since Observatory.
Okay, so Jowo dropped all the way back up at Observatory. He was the last player up for the team. It looks like he was able to even get a buyback on a teammate, because I'm pretty sure the other two didn't have their gulags. And now they're rotating down the other side of the hill. It's like the Navy circles you see there with the number 8. Because I thought maybe they were in trouble. It looked like Jowo was last up.
Still Royal Navy on your screen here. Been watching them for quite some time. I do believe you have the...
Oh, we got another battle. It's Aiden and Teep's team again.
Aiden and Teep, they just want to fight it out, and Aiden's had a great start. And maybe up until this point, Toxic Tacos is on that Aiden roster, but Teep's team is looking solid. All 3 still alive. Jolly Rock picking up 1. Taj is also gone. Aiden might be the only one up, and he is, in fact. He's going to be off to the left, just up ahead.
These guys just cannot stop running into each other.
Nope.
They're posted up inside the building. Yeah, looks like both teammates going to be bought back, or maybe, sorry, one their gulag. I'm not sure. They both just popped back on. I didn't think Aiden bought, so maybe they didn't get an opponent in the gulag, and they just both fired back in.
Yeah, I saw 2 of them coming back in, I believe, for Aiden's roster.
Yeah.
So they're going to be both be coming in. Aiden was just trying to step up, and I think at this point he just wants to disengage, which is definitely the best thing to do. He'll rock back, join Taj. But Toxic Tacos is going to kind of be straggling out there by that loadout drop. So he's got to be very careful because he's by himself. He gets isolated. He's going to be done and dusted. That's Teep's roster.
Yeah, they're still just set up inside that stronghold building. And the question is, like, who's got the ping here to work with?
I think they're fighting, so Aiden's going to join into the mix.
I wonder if Teep and they are playing within their own ping. They've got that stronghold locked down.
Second and third place, moving away. Natasha, who was in a fight with Tactical Brit just up at least in elevation, has now dropped down a bit to run away from Aiden and co. And I think at this point, teams are really wanting to start setting up for that hard cover. You've got that line of water just right in the middle, and that could be troublesome as this zone collapses in. Right now, teams don't have to worry about it as much, but it's something that they should get ahead of early as possible.
Yeah, it's looking like we're in a pretty similar circle to what we had before. Like, we're seeing kind of a different side of the rotation. Okay, you peeked that window. I was asking if they had the information on the ping. I'm starting to think that might be the case, because you're playing with some confidence if you're a Teep squad. They seem to be super ready for those fights. They're trying to hunt for the last player now. And Liebram, who just is able to get to the water, please don't find me.
I love the water. Oh, but it can be chaos. Typically, teams that go into the water, players that go into water, it works for a little bit, but eventually you're going to be found out. Liebram is gone. But that roster, I believe, has been fully finished off. That would be Natasha, who got second and third. So that's the first team fully eliminated. And TP, who had a bit of a rocky start in game 1, looking a lot better in game 2.
Yeah, it seems like the fights have just been a little more controlled. Like I felt like the last time we saw them, they were losing a player or two pretty much every engagement, having to regain, reset. This time, that's back-to-back fights we've seen where they've gotten the first knock, controlled the tempo.
Yep.
And really done a good job playing off of it. And someone that's played with Tipaton, like his comms are typically, when he's locked on a certain day, his comms are absolutely on point.
Back to the Royal Air Force. Winners from last year looking to repeat it here. Jap picks up 1.
Oh, Isaac, what are you doing, buddy?
Oh, he's hanging. What is he doing?
He's in the tower.
He's the UAV at this point, brother. That's all he is.
He's just hoping nobody looks up is what he's hoping.
He's playing solo YOLO, man.
Yeah, last time we saw him on top of the roof, just finessing for like that entire in-game. Won't be the case here.
Oh, here we go. ALB, big fan of him. He played last year. We were talking about him consistently in last year's competition. This year, I'm sure we're going to be doing the same. First time on screen, or at least on broadcast so far. Very, very good guy. Ems as well, played alongside that of C.O.D.E. And on this pipeline, you're really exposed, but honestly, it's not a bad place to be because you could just see everything, and they're okay being out in the open. My only concern, though, Maven, ALB, the more he shoots, the more he's going to be giving away his position.
He's the world. He's thinking he can finesse out of here if he needs to. I think we just went upside down for a moment. The circus is on here in the broadcaster mode, but back to it we get. We'll keep an eye on here with the squad.
And British Army esports here.
Team's about to fight again. This could be another fight if they're able to take. That's going to be huge, but they're kind of bottom of this building, and it's up against Bread's team. And you can see Bread kind of lurking edge of the map.
Yep. The Coast Guard, Breadman representing. Ems on your screen here again, British Army. Love that they actually gave her a jersey, too. I want one of those. They gave me a coin last time I had a chance to meet him. That was absolutely brilliant. But this is the risk you take when you're out in the open, right? People can funnel and target you, and that's exactly what's going to happen to Ems, who's down. You've already lost ALB, the one snaking on top of the pipes, and that leaves C.O.D.E. pretty much by himself. The self-revive can't come in. C.O.D.E.'s still out in the open. Maven, I don't think he's going to be able to get away. If he does, it's going to be miraculous, and there it is. He's finished.
I think Ems took damage from, like, Teep's team, Red's team, and Sim's team.
Because you're out in the
open.
open.
Yeah, there was just a ridiculous crossfire that came in. So now it kind of comes down to, you were sort of saying earlier, the water here, like what side is this going to pull to? You've got teams fighting on one side of the bridge, teams fighting on the other. At least you've got the connector here with the bridge, but I think it was Big Daddy Sprat coming through with a snipe I think I saw on the cross.
Got worked by a skirt here. Deja Vu, a very talented player. Fred, rest in peace. Fred by himself, too. Ooh, Fred gone as well. We just get his perspective.
Got to pay the troll toll.
That's it, dude. This water is going to be chaotic. Lovely Lou's going to have to move. Smokes are out for the time being. Norm's out here, and Norm's just the other half. The Royal Air Force who ended up winning game 1 is now down. Sprat, like you said, has to try and just live as long as possible. Axis up. I mean, if you're Sprat, what are your options?
He's taking a nap.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, taking a little bit of nap, just waiting to come out. So he did have the snipe. I thought I saw a shot come through on the cross. I think he's rocking the one-hit MCPR. And he's just able to get out for now.
Oh, no.
No smokes to go with. Tagged and dropped. Sprat tried to be sneaky, but Axis able to get the kill. And we saw Axis on the other side of the kill for the first fight of the bridge, so he's picked up a couple of clutch ones here in these last moments. I think he has found a third onto Lovely Low.
Matty Unknown, Jap, this is still the Royal Air Force, the second particle. They win game 1, can they win game 2? They can't stay alive long enough. They'll at least break in the top 10 to get some type of a multiplier. Symphony doing typical Symphony things by himself. You got Smixy, Miss Whiskey looking to take game number 2. They were already in first place. This finish could be strong, but Huskers was going on the challenge. Breadman with the signal 50. Anytime you see Breadman, he's always got a sniper in hand.
He sure does. Sim has been so close to getting this kill time after time. Wait, Sprat got back up.
Oh, no way. Wow.
Wait.
That's not even possible.
We left his POV. I thought he was dead to rights. I guess he got a self-res off.
Must have had, but how? You got to finish. You got to get your finishes. Well, hey, good on him. Sprat staying alive, so I
couldn't believe it when I saw Sprat was alive on the other side of the map. I was like, what the hell? I thought he was dead as can be. I thought he was too.
Royal Air Force can still win this, then they could go back-to-back.
Poor Sim just on an island on the other side here. I'm not sure what you're going to do, but Teep, he's still got all 3 up. Teep's team has been on a roll since the start of this drop.
Oh, this is
Teep
huge.
now making the sneaky play. Going to get caught.
That's
able to catch one.
Yes!
He's just able to get there. Goes for the thirst. Able to finish it. Get him with his life. What a Simtex. What a, you ran out of ammo, though.
Oh, Teep, what What a challenge. That was a great play. I think he still has 2 more, though. Baby Chaps, Jolly Rock.
I think he probably said, hey, you guys rotate. I'm going to try and make a play. And it ends up working out because they get to decent position, but you've got 2 players playing in the water underneath the docks down at the bottom. Nice win there from Baby Chaps as well. Sprat somehow still has just been lurking on the edge. Sprat now goes to attack. Good luck in the smoke. Who's going to come out on top? I got no idea. Now think back to Joe-O's team almost got knocked out at the beginning of this game.
Right.
Remember at the tower and he dropped back in. There they are, just down there. Deep Six and Joe-O swimming for their lives.
Wait, Baby Chaps, like you said, Jolly Rog on the upper... What, this is Navy versus Navy?
Uh-oh.
This is Navy versus Navy. It's brother versus brother, and either way, it's a victory. No matter which way you look at it, now it's matter who's just going to take it. This is for bragging rights.
Yeah, you're getting some points here in this one, Navy. That is for sure. Joe-O and Deep Six, I think, on the tough part of this fight. It's like they have the low ground, but also once that gas comes in and they have to jump. Once they have to jump, they've got all the advantage in the world now. They've won this. They should have this one.
The Navy versus Navy battle is still underway, and you can't make it up. They're winning because they're in the water. At least the water Navy is winning. Baby Chap's still up. It's chaos in the smoke. He'll drop. Joe-O will take it, but Navy will get first and second. What a finish.
Dude, that's, I mean, I just love that we got to kind of see 2 parts. Well, kind of like the full story on like both these teams. And since like we saw one part where it was Teep's part of the Navy squad getting rolling early. Like they were really, they were inside of a stronghold, I believe, with Pings playing around that. Then on the other side, like, I don't know what happened to Joe-O's squad after it looked like they were getting sent home early. I think he regained all the way at Observatory on the edge of Storm, was able to get a teammate back, and then how they got to that point, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, at this point, but even Sprat staying alive, Symphony, like that was such a good in-game. Good on Sprat for Royal Air Force. Royal Air Force still has a strong finish, even if it was just one of the players, or at least one of the 2 teams. But I think that's, at least in my mind, that's the first time we've had the same branch take first and second place.
That I can think of. I mean maybe it could have. My memory is a little foggier these days, but like, I think so. But they're all smiles now, as you can see. Yeah, I mean, once you realize that's the end game, cool, boys. We're getting points regardless.
Getting points regardless. You're getting the same amount of points regardless. Again, it came down to bragging rights, and you know, that's just an awesome finish nonetheless. And that's the best performance, I think, from Navy as far as that I can remember too. So good on the Navy to do as well as they can. They're dapping it up. There were smiles all around, and that was just a solid finish. And surely that's going to put them up there to challenge the Canadian Air Force, because that was a good finish. I think they, well, I know we're not doing math in public, but I'm thinking first place. I'm thinking.
I think that also showed, you know, I said, like, even though, you know, they're part of the same quote-unquote team, like, there's not really any teaming going on, like, you're fighting, because, like, what would have made more sense, I believe, would have been to have Teep's team win that, because they surely had more kills over the course of that.
The multiplier, you know, you're not wrong.
I would think so, based on what we were watching.
I didn't even consider that.
So I think that kind of showed, like, regardless, prize on the line, they're fighting for first place.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I mean, because who knows if they're in the same comms, you know, or maybe they can just look over. They're all sitting together. But I mean, either way, you know, either way, and this one, I think, you know, it's a brotherhood. So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, we could get the multiplier, we can maximize our points.
Yeah.
But I can also beat you and win one of the 4 games.
I think you want to talk a little trash.
You know, and that's the trash talk that matters at the end of the day. So wonderful job from the Navy. Let us know in chat who you're supporting and who do you want to pop off. Okay, Royal Air Force, they were the winners last year. This year, I don't know. Canada, could it also be the Navy, U.S. Navy? I mean, it could be anybody at this point in time, but it's been a lot of fun seeing everything go down. And I do believe our desk has a lot to break down, including the standings that are going to be coming up. So Lottie, what's going on over there at the desk?
Well, reflections, I'll tell you what, we're just in awe right now. Honestly, I think it is so difficult to have a situation like team versus team, trio versus trio, and Navy versus Navy. It happened right at the end there. It really does get mixy in those final moments, and I think for both of the Navy teams to be able to pull it out the bag and then basically have to go toe-to-toe and figure out who wants to win that one. Very impressive stuff from the Navy. How did you feel that they played those final moments?
I mean, it was just funny. You know, it was like, I have the high ground, and then they lost somehow the gunfight. So that's some bragging rights for sure on the side of Joe-O's team. But also, I mean, Navy on Navy crime, who would have thought? But they can't communicate, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they might know they're go against each other, but like they don't know who might have more kills and whatnot. You know, we're just gonna gun it out.
Yeah, you're just gonna gun it out. I've got to say though, Nameless, we're looking at potential tactics coming forward and learning about what these guys want to do. And right now, for me, it's final moments to get your smokes out, right?
Yeah, get your smokes out when the player gets knocked. But also, we saw a lot of teams land Observatory. And, you know, there's a new look, underground area, there's a ton of loot. Breadman's team was able to run away with a lot of kills. I mean, I would be surprised if Breadman had under 10 kills. That's how much we saw him in the kill feed. But yeah, I mean, an interesting game there at the end. It ends in the water, and it's two Navy teams fighting it out at the very end. First game was all Air Force. The next game was all Navy, but a very exciting one. Really fast pace early on. There's sort of a lull in the middle. You saw the pressure get to some of these teams, and Sprat was one of the guys who was able to survive the entire time. Just so slow, rotating, trying to stick it out, but got 2v1 at the end.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate, wasn't it? He literally comes out from the back of the rocks there, gets smoked immediately and pushed by two separate players.
Yeah.
Not a lot you can do in a situation like that. It's very, very difficult, and also you're blinded by the smoke around you.
Also, let's shout out the play that Teep made. That was nasty, taking out Breadman, almost giving the 2, but this is much more important right here.
It certainly is indeed, and as you can see right now, Coast Guard Gaming, total round points 35 there.
And
you're gonna hear some cheers in the background.
That's Breadman.
Yeah, that really is. And I think that is there where we're learning about the kind of kill to placement ratio. So we love what we saw from the Navy at the end there, but they can't have had enough kills to make it count where it mattered most.
Yeah, if you're U.S. Navy team number 1, you're definitely looking at U.S. Navy team number 2 and be like, guys, come on, like we gotta lock it in. We gotta step it up, especially in the fact that, you know, they got that multiplier in number 1, and to not go into first place and make that jump, they definitely have to have that conversation.
Now we can see our overall standing points here, and all of that tallied up means that the Air Force Gaming will be in the lead currently. So that's how things are shaking out, and we still see Canada in second place with 54 points, so only 1 point behind there, and then we have the RAF in third. So things are shifting, but Navy in 5th position.
Oh, yeah.
So again, I think for the Navy, maybe they need to take on a little bit more of an aggressive approach. Look, if you have the tactics to survive all of that kind of gunfire and that gameplay at the end circles, you must have the skill and the aggression to be able to get those kills too. Get in the mix a little bit more. I know it's risk and reward, but where do you find that perfect balance, do you think, Nameless?
I mean, first off, I gotta say, this has been very impressive, these guys. They have gotten better every single year. We're seeing these servicemen really turn up here in this tournament so far. And really, I mean, you saw it to the top 6. It's like 45 was the lowest that we had, 55 was the highest. So this is anybody's game. We're only halfway through this so far. Drop number 3 could very well change the entire standings.
It certainly could indeed. I've got to ask you, are you impressed by anyone in particular from what you saw in drop number 2, Ali?
I have, honestly, I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, Benny was frying really early. We saw Tac Britt getting in the kill feed and Breadman consistently in that kill feed. But what I noticed was I haven't really wrote down some vets yet. So I'm hoping in our later half that we start to see a little bit more of them getting comfortable and somebody to really show their skill.
Love to hear it. We'll see who is going to be that next for Ali in the next drop. But the drop 2 winners are Team US Navy Esports, and they are standing by right now with I Hold Shift for our Why Play solo interview presented by USAA.
Lottie, thanks so much. Yep, I've got Goats and Glory with me. I've got Deep 6 on hand. Hey, you played last year when we were in Raleigh. Now we're in LA at C.O.D.E. Next. How do you feel about everything going on as far as the events are concerned back to back?
I think the event is a lot better than last year. It's really cool having all the content creators here. I know last year some of them showed up, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, having all the content creators show up and having this big arena and all this stuff going on, it's really cool.
So let's get into the game, because I think we all had the revelation at the same time. Maybe not even you guys. Navy versus Navy to finish off the final circle. Did you guys realize at any point that you're playing up against your brothers over there?
I had no idea. It was until the very end that I think it was Jolly Rods that we knocked at the top of the hill. And then we were like, well, we got to fight it out either way, you know. So we had no idea how many points we had each, but we just played it. We just played the game.
Fair enough. So you played last year, 6th place for Goats of Glory. You guys are currently sitting around that 5th place margin. Anything that you guys are looking forward to moving into the back half of these drops? I mean, it seems like sitting in the water as Navy is working out for you guys. Anything that you guys are looking forward to kind of getting your points back up the leaderboard?
I think get our loadouts quicker and just engage more fights. This last game, we were just looting and we were rotating and we were kind of discussing what we were going to do next. and then we got caught off guard, and yeah, we got wiped out. But luckily, we had our teammate bring us back in, me and Joe. And Joe called it. He was like, hey, let's go to the pier and let's just chill out for a little bit. And that's exactly what we did, and it ended up working out pretty well.
Final question for you. Playing with Joe's got to be a lot of fun. Obviously, there's not many more people out here that are more experienced than him. What does he bring to the team, being able to kind of play alongside him and get that little bit of in-game leading?
Just, yeah, good IGLing. A lot of us can't really, I'm not a good IGL. If I can just focus on shooting, that's like what I'll do. But yeah, IGL for sure.
Fair enough. Well, good luck the rest of the way. Pleasure having you. That is Deep Six from the U.S. Navy, the Ghosts of Glorious team. Thanks so much for joining us, and of course, best of luck next round. Lottie, back up to you guys at the desk for our next drop.
That was our Why Play Solo interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community to service members and their families never have to go solo. Fantastic interview, fantastic result for the Navy, but we need to get some more kills across because that multiplier is begging for more aggression. We need to see that, and I think then maybe the Navy will be able to actually reap the rewards of that multiplier and managing to come first, because it's 2 times points for first place, but it is also 1.5 times for everybody else through to 10th. So it does make a big difference if you do have, for example, the likes of Breadman, like you mentioned, Nameless, getting tons and tons of kills. That will stack up, and actually the 2 times multiplier isn't looking that valuable at that point. So maybe aggression sometimes might be actually a better decision than maybe playing it safe.
Yeah, it definitely favors just racking up as many kills as you can in this one, right? So playing a little bit more aggressive later on in the game when you know people are going to be fighting each other, you go and you try to get that third party, throw some smokes, rotate, get into that next fight. We need to see that in this next drop. We only have 2 drops left. So those teams that are sitting down 7th, 8th, 9th place, it is time to go crazy in this next drop. So I expect it to be pretty lit early.
Love to see that. We want to see the gunny, but a special shout out to Monster Energy for being a partner for this year's Code Bowl. Monster Energy's passion and support for the Call of Duty esports scene goes back almost a decade to their very first partnerships with Team Envious and Evil Geniuses. Earlier in the broadcast, we heard the Call of Duty Endowment announce the upcoming Code Warrior Pack, which will be available at the Modern Warfare 3 launch on the 11th of the 10th. We want to give you a special shout out to the event's 3-time presenting sponsor, USAA, for giving away free packs to the US military and veterans at callofdutyendowment.org/USAA. Head there right now while supplies last to claim your pack. This is an awesome pack, folks, that will feature all of this that you're seeing on the screen right now. It's a 1 operator, 2 weapon blueprints. We've got a vehicle skin, weapon charm, a calling card, 2 stickers, and just remember, 100% of net proceeds helping to fund the placement of vets in jobs. So make sure you guys go and follow @Code4Vets on Twitter or X for more information on the Warrior Pack. Of course, for an absolutely incredible opportunity to do some good here and to give back where it matters most. But really exciting. I love that Warrior Pack, by the way, and I love the video that actually went into it as well. Seeing 2 vets themselves sit down and talk about what it means and actually the personal meanings behind it was just absolutely wonderful. So why would you not want to go pick up the Warrior Pack, Ali?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like, it adds another level, right? You know, it's not very often that we get like camos and blueprints and skins and whatnot, and they have like a real true backstory that's like very, very real and day to day. So to have that video, also both of their voices are so calming in that video. I had to get that out. I heard it yesterday and I was like, wow, this is really nice. But they were also really nice, and the pack is really nice. So make sure you get it.
It was absolutely glorious. You're right. Kind of ASMR vibes, actually. Very just beautifully done. But make sure you guys go and check out that Warrior Pack skin as well. But folks, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we will have drop number 3. We'll see who'll be taking the top of the leaderboard after that one. It's going to be absolutely incredible. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Code Bowl is brought to you by USAA. Team up to score award-winning service. And by Monster Energy. Head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to learn how you can earn bonus in-game rewards.
So like relax, I'm spilling these raps long as you feel them to the day that I drop. You'll never say that I'm not feeling them. You're coming with me, feel it or not. You're gonna fear it like I show to the spirit.
Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever.
I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Thanks to the support of the Endowment partners and the generous contribution of our Call of Duty community.
Everything the Endowment is doing, absolutely inspiring.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the C.O.D.E Bowl 4 presented by USAA. We are almost ready for our third drop of the night, and I'm very excited to find out what our teams really need to do differently to shake things up and win this next match. Ali, do you have any idea what you want to see out of maybe some of the guys that have been lacking behind? You know, we've had a couple of teams that have really started to take our fancy, and we're talking about a lot of the same branches right now, but what about the others? What can we do to see them really step up once and for all?
I want to see a vet step up. You know, I said it earlier, I really want to see them getting a little bit more involved, you know, and now we're 2 drops in, so they should hopefully feel a little bit more comfortable, but also feeling that pressure, right? Especially when they're in that bottom half and seeing the other teams getting hype and excited and, you know, Navy on Navy crime, like, they're probably looking at each other like, all right, we need that to be us. Like, so what do we have to do differently? If the game plan isn't working, you need somebody to be able to take control and change it up.
Love to hear that. And a reminder for those of you just tuning in, the teams will compete in 4 drops of Mini Royale on Al Mazrah. Each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on where they finish, there's also a placement multiplier. So it's really crucial to make it to the final circle. And since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are added together. Now, before we get into our third drop, we have a special announcement from GameStop and participating international retailers. Check this out.
Modern Warfare 3 is here with thrilling and exciting new game modes including campaign, multiplayer, and zombies. Introducing the all-new GameStop exclusive bonus, the Call of Duty Endowment Direct Action Pack. The Call of Duty Endowment Direct Action Pack includes an exclusive sticker, animated emblem, and calling card, with proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment, helping US and UK veterans find high-quality jobs. Pre-order now and get open beta early access. Purchase to also get the GameStop exclusive Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 Steelbook. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, available November 10th. Pre-order now.
Pre-order and purchase Modern Warfare 3 at GameStop in the United States and participating retailers globally today to receive some exclusive in-game bonuses. The Call of Duty Endowment Direct Action Pack bundle only at GameStop in USA. Proceeds to each copy of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 sold at GameStop help veterans find high-quality careers with a Call of Duty Endowment. So, pre-order now. Here are the standings, folks, before we get into our third drop. As you can see, Air Force Gaming, 55 points. Only 1 point behind them, though, is the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Marine Corps Gaming, gotta step it up. All right, listen, 10 is not gonna cut it, man. I need you guys, open your eyes, wake up out there and show me something. But really, in the top 6, it's anybody's game. 44 to 55 is not a huge difference, right? You get first place 2 times multiplier, 5 kills, you're right there. So it's time for these teams to turn up, man, and show us something here, especially Marine Corps. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I think you should go down there and start like pep talking them.
I get them hyped.
Yeah. I think like you should go down there like a sergeant and just, you know, hype them up.
I don't think I'd be very good.
You know, massaging some traps, get them going, and say, look, boys, got to start cooking. Come on, here we go. Well, we're about to get into our third game. We want to thank everyone for watching, for supporting the Call of Duty Endowment. Last year, our average cost to place a veteran in a job was about $618, about 1/13 of the cost of the US government's efforts. So let's keep it up, folks. But all right, looks like we're ready to get into our third drop, folks. So without further ado, Maven, Reflections, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Lonnie. Here we go. I forgot. You were handling the intro, and I just stole it. I stole
your
it.
outro.
That's all right.
I stole the outro today.
We're having a great time. We're having a great time.
No, the biggest thing for me was Nameless is picking a fight with the Marines. I picked a fight with the Marines last year, and it's like, dude, they can't catch a break, but come on, 10 points.
Yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good.
What's going on? You know, they need, gosh, what was his name? Red Ninja Turtle or something. He held the controller.
Oh, the upside-down controller.
Yeah,
he was twisted.
He
was actually twisted. Yeah,
he was wild, bro. But Marines, 10 points. What's going on? Step it up. But Air Force, like whether it's Royal Air Force, Canadian Air Force, U.S. Air Force, top 3, Space Force, now number 4, all our ground guys. Like
those that fly, fry.
I guess so.
I just made that up.
I actually really like that.
That's how I was looking right now.
That's exactly what it's
look at this squad. You guys aren't seeing on the camera, but we've got a whole Cardi B squad getting ready to drop onto the map.
That is it? Yeah.
Demons.
Well, they're good. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to be demons or not. So, all right, let's get it. Right, Navy takes game number 2. First and second place. They did that in absolutely sensational style, and they are looking to do it once again if they can. Observatory has been a hot spot, but as we know, Mini Real, we never know where. Well, I guess let's go right back to Observatory. Why not? And Lovely's already down.
Yeah, right on the edge. Just getting right into it. You said Lovely low, knocked out. Redman, he's going to get finished.
It's just chaos.
There are so many people going to the gulag instantly here.
But Symphony's not.
Who's going to be the king?
Of the gulag?
Well, of Observatory is what I was thinking. Like, who'll be the last man standing?
That's right.
Because it was chaos last time we were here. This time you hear footsteps all over the place. Frizzy is trying to see where it's coming from. Is it on the roof? Is it inside? And then there's a battle going on in the gulag as well.
Yeah, let's get a ghoulie fight. We haven't seen a ghoulie fight. Not yet. In the first two, no, the first two games.
It was Brett and Lovely.
We saw the very end.
Brett won it.
Oh, did Brett win? Well,
yep.
Lovely might be back, though. You know, there's still 20 trios up there, so they're going to be back. Huskers taking down Smixy, which could be a big hit. Miss Whiskey, though, finds victory, but then shortly dies after that. So why am I calling them out specifically? Well, representing the Royal Canadian Air Force, being there in second place, just 1 point behind that of the Air Force, U.S. Air Force. Right, they're a team that you got to watch out for. Bradman from the Gulag Maven is making good on his life.
Yeah, he got right back into it and just flew at somebody with a pistol. So, Brett mixing things up yet again. Bunch of Gulags already went down early in this. Now got to start thinking about the rotations. We're not going to be safe in the circle from this position. And it looks like the circle, we're going to a different area, right? The way this is pulling down. Yeah. No, we definitely are, right?
We're flying.
We're going to be headed down to the south a bit more. We should have a different ending this time. You can see they're starting to move over towards Village. And that's versus last time we were going towards Hydro pretty much every time.
Yeah, it was Hydro. Hydro sees a lot of activity. Rita
Balloon!
And Frizzy still alive. That's the Marines right there, by the way. It
well,
looks like
if Frizzy gets spotted here as they fly over, Frizzy might be Frizzy.
Why is Frizzy by himself?
Frizzled out.
Zach OG swags up, so where's the rest of the crew? Oh, here we go.
Oh,
far away are they?
They're filling up the tank. They had to get gas. They had to stop to get gas.
The Marines, all right. Frizzy. Oh, here we go. We are airborne. We haven't seen any helis used. And I tell you what, this is a nuisance, especially in Resurgence, brother. Literally in Resurgence, it became a strategy towards the tail end where you would see teams just hop in a heli, just hang out in the air, and just body players who were coming off of the respawn.
Well, everyone trying to get busy at this like black site building. Down near Bay. There's Teep's team kind of rolling in from the ridge. You've already got 2 teams inside. There's another team coming in from Bay as well. Well, maybe I saw a player all the way out in the water. Or okay, floating back in. Never mind. But you look at the action just on the minimap. Then you see the orange squad, number 3s. They're also rotating in. It is about to be busy.
So
here at the Black Side building.
That's Joe, so that's Navy. You got Huskers, and that's Space Force. Then you got Diaz Biffle rolling up, and that's going to be Air Force. So Space Force, Navy, Air Force, all in this one area. Joe trying to hit some snipes. Javasa just up ahead. He's going to throw out a nade. Not going to connect.
More like Joe won't.
Stupid. How stupid?
I don't know. He missed a couple snipes. That's all I had.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm done.
That was ridiculous. Tactical Brit takes out Toxic Tacos and Aiden, who look like they do get eliminated. So,
okay, I take it back. I take it back.
Joe won't. All right, Joe Wo's still up. He's down, but he's going to be back up. He's not getting pushed. Calabasas and them was going to be just. Huskers is down. Now, Huskers going to be a nuisance. Let's stay on board with him because I think he's going to be the guy, the linchpin, if you will, to push up and really challenge Joe and the crew.
Well, okay, that's a big plate box because they had like none to go as a squad, it felt like. Now everybody's starting to get plated back up, ready to get into their next fight. What, they had a Claymore, like a prox mine next, so maybe got a little bit of information on the players close by. I think just trying to kind of calming to each other, probably listening a little bit for where the push is going to come from.
I think that's the squad we saw dipping out of the plane, too. All three of them wearing the in-game uniform.
Oh, is this the Cardi B's that we saw earlier?
I think it is.
Oh, okay, got it. He's just like zoomed in on them all perfectly. I'm like, oh, they're going out with style, huh?
They really are. They really are. That looks like Royal Air Force going to be just up ahead with Sprat and his crew. Get picked, the potential MVP talking point after map 1 is going to pick up yet another, and Breadman with the sniper, the signal. Even though the signal does get a bit of a nerf, it seems like Breadman still prefers it. He gets another two with the signal.
Yeah, he's a naughty, very, very naughty boy. He might be able to hit another. The crack is there. The assist is in. I think his team was actually able to pick it up, though. So they get a nice little wave of kills. I've run into him, like, I have actually bumped into him and ranked a couple times with that signal. And, like, you know, we've won a couple of team fights, but he has ripped my skull off with that signal multiple times. Yeah. It's not real fun. Because he just reacts so quick, too. There's, like, times where you think you have a freebie, but him being on mouse and keyboard, just flick, and you are dropped.
Well, one thing, you know, that the value Breadman brings to a team is because he's so good with the sniper, he can kind of hang back and be that insurance policy. And the long hair, the bucket hats, he's coming out with his own merch line. Like, Breadman does it all. He's just a great guy. But he can hang back with the sniper. Grand Pooba, Spinaman, they can push up, and they can be the aggressors. Breadman can be that insurance policy to stay alive just to give you some added placement points.
Yeah, I had someone come on my stream the other day, like, what's up, Budget Breadman? I was like, what?
They
and I realized, I had a boat hat on. I didn't get it either. I was like, huh? And I was like, oh, the hats. That makes sense. It's like, I don't see the resemblance at all.
Breadman and his bucket hats, dude. He said he's coming out with his own line, too. So
I love it.
I can't wait to see it.
Really, I got to wear some.
Get some right there. So we got Sprat and them. So we've seen them quite a bit. Now we've seen TP quite a bit, too. Baby Chap Shalom. The question is, do they know Sprat and crew's going to be over there? And I think they definitely do.
Now they got that.
And they're kind of getting pincered in between 3 different branches.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like BRs, right? Like, you're going to get stuck between multiple teams. How are you going to play these team fights, avoid the third party? There's a snipe up in the tower that he keeps trying to put shots into.
I feel like they're doing just suppression fire. At this point, Sprat is going to take a couple of...
It's one of these situations where it's real hard to get full kills. Yeah. Like, everyone's posted up in a building, and good luck.
Oh, who we got over here? It's D-Lo.
That's good form.
You know, why not? Stay alive out there. Looks like he's by himself.
Freestyle swim, the 100 meter.
What was your best stroke?
The breaststroke.
The breaststroke was
next. That was my best one. Yeah.
Right on.
Or the doggy paddle.
Doggy paddle. That's it. I don't know if that's considered a stroke. You know.
Sure.
That's fine. That's fine. Jolly Rod does go down, so Squad is going to be eliminated. Isaiah B's roster. That was Welsh Raspberry, who's representing the Royal Air Force. Swag picks up Fred. Rest in peace, Fred. We've seen Fred one time on screen, and he was by himself, and he got bodied. Now it unfortunately happens again this time around. So you hate to see that. Jolly Rog down once again. Frizzy also from the Marines. We saw Frizzy by himself over at Observatory, separated from Swag and his crew, and he finally loses his life. Question is, the Swag and Co., are they still up? And Iceman Isaac on the roof? Typical Iceman Isaac.
I don't know if Isaac was just playing for placements, like flying the chopper around for a while, or what the deal was, but he ends up landing it up top. And yeah, might be a similar story where he's just trying to play the high ground. I didn't see if he was landing near a loadout or what the deal was exactly.
There was a loadout on the roof, if I'm not mistaken, or at least it was on one of these roofs.
Yeah, maybe that's what the play was for. There's nobody really near them, so yeah, we rotate off of that. Teep still posted up here at the corner building.
Yep.
Isaac might have been able to get his guns, but he's surrounded by Biffle's squad.
Well, but that's his own crew.
Oh,
so
true. That might explain maybe the landing there.
Right.
That might be tactical
smart
usage of the squad members that aren't squad members.
So, and who knows if they can communicate, but at least they're next to each other, beside each other. So you got Air Force kind of banding together. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know, our memories are right, but at least last year, I don't remember the 2 branches two teams representing each branch working together like we've seen this time around. So there's definitely
There may have been. Yeah, there may have been. I just don't remember it correctly. I mean, yeah, you're playing for the same point, so.
Oh, no. Diaz Biffle. Chufasa, who was getting absolutely bodied from Natasha from a distance, they're going to lose their lives. Shea Pound's gone. Is that the entire crew? That is the entire crew out of the way. So we see Diaz Biffle join with Iceman Isaac. They leave in the heli that Iceman Isaac brings, and then they lose their entire trio.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting shot at for a while in that thing, so I didn't think there was a whole lot of like juice left in the tank, but yeah, he gets zapped. Now you're just shooting at some floaters, trying to get the tracking on. Always so difficult when it's right above.
Oh, one more shot, it would have taken him down.
He kept spraying. Maybe he gets the knock, but get picked on your POV again. Yeah, they're just looking for angles up top.
Well, look at the final zone, or at least, excuse me, not final zone, but the zone as it is. There's not a lot of hard cover. That's a lot of open ground, and the hard cover's already been taken. So these floaters, they understand we really have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about landing on some of the ridges that you've got to work with out there more in the open, but I also can't tell like who's still up over there. Like that number 15, it looks, yeah, okay, they're on the ground. So they're not floating in.
I think that's the Marines, if I'm not mistaken, number 15. That should be swagging them.
It looks like Teep's team still all of them up. They just kind of rotated building to building looking for position. They're in a pretty good spot. You see the yellow spot on the middle of the map. They're pretty close to mid-circle. Really a tough team to deal with. Isaac and crew, and the fact that they all got back into it, I didn't really see how. Because they looked like they were in a really rough spot. Isaac must have made the clutch play to get them back into it.
I think he did. Iceman Isaac always can, rely on him. I mean, after all, they're in first place.
Very big brain. Very big brain.
Biggest brain out there. His history, I won't say it publicly, but like his history is like incredible. Like genuine, like his career and everything before really going into streaming and even while streaming, like he's a veteran himself. Like the guy knows how to maneuver. And his streaming room is probably one of the most incredible streaming rooms I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, we were at a mutual friends party the other day, and him and I just talked for like 90 minutes. I'm like, you're a smart, handsome guy. I'm jealous. Did guys like take over your life for a day? You seem great.
Would you give it up in a heartbeat?
Just let me be
You
Isaac.
get some hair at least.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Hey,
true.
look.
That's true.
I know you're going to beat me up after the broadcast.
No, you're good. I am so bald. But 14 teams remaining, 35 players left on it. And this is about like kind of the calm before the storm, but you don't hear a lot of shots going down. Everyone is getting in their spots, and all hell is about to break loose here next couple of moments. Now you see the smokes coming out. Here come the rotations. The gun is going to need to get hot here shortly.
Yeah, it's just a lot of open space in front, and that's why you're seeing several teams kind of like hug the outskirts. They're going to play the gas as much as they can. You already see the kill feed start to light up. Tactical Brit gone. He stayed alive for so incredibly long. Merc by Skirk gets involved. Now on board with Iceman Isaac, who's really staying alive, gets challenged through the smoke, gets a knock, throws the Sim. Oh, the Simtex can take out all three, and it's the fact that at least get two of them. Deja Vu, Merc by Skirk. That's going to be our Army roster.
He got the full-on one. Okay, so they're still going to be able to get back up, though.
Is he gone?
Isaac got knocked, but he was able to get one full kill.
Okay, so did any of his crew live? That's the question.
No. They both died before he did.
Okay.
He kind of baited the hell out of them, to be honest with you. Well, he got hit with a Semtex, so he kind of backed it up. But like he sort of stood there as the rest of his team got fried. And then he almost made the play. I think a nade slowed him down.
Tarsh's crew here has been playing incredibly well. Get picked also here. Libram as well. Get picked, gets back up in some play. Natasha's also going to get it down onto one. So this is a crew that could very well win. They've already got second, third place in game one. They're looking to do it again in game number 3. Those are a couple of good picks. Like I've said, Natasha's crew, whoever she plays with in tournaments, whether it be here or previous tournaments, they always do a wonderful job in in-game.
Which is amazing because anytime I play with Natasha, she has that thing where she's muted on Discord, but you can't see that she's muted on Discord, and then you're trying to comm to her, but she can't actually comm back because she's full muted on Discord, and it makes me put my head through a wall. Love you.
But it works though, apparently. Bro, that's just when you got to scream, you're muted.
Yeah. But they can't hear it because they're actually full muted.
They were deafened.
Yeah, no, but you can't see they're deafened. They deafen without you being able to see it.
How does that even work?
Because they deafen outside Discord.
Yeah,
it messes with your brain. Let me tell you, man.
Whatever. I think the comms are flowing here anyways. Maybe it's just a you thing. Who knows at this point? Zach OG's gone. That was the Marines. we saw a little bit earlier with Frizzy separated. They finally get finished with top 5. Not that at all, and now it's time to shoot the players on the roof. That's going to be Natasha's crew. Libram here, 4 kills, 5 kills, that's 9 kills, and now we haven't even added get picked. So this could very well be the highest scoring game we have seen so far.
Oh yeah, they are in prime position. Once again, a deep run from Teep's team though. They're still the team posted up inside the building. We'll see if they can find any kills. Now they got to rotate out. I think that was a signal maybe in Teep's hands where he tried to hit the snipe. One worth lurking above. I mean, this is just going to come down to what kind of lucky timing you get as you try to rotate out of your bottom team in Teep's squad. Because there are like 2 above you, then just get picked in Natasha putting in shots from the ridge.
Safety's crew still alive. They're looking to go back-to-back if they possibly can. Get picked, though, is going to get a drop onto Team. Still 2 more remain, though, for the Navy side. Natasha's going to get a finish onto Spinnerman. Full dead. 3 trios up. Natasha turns
nice
around. Jolly Rock puts her in the ground. Get picked, though, is going to manage to at least get another. Now we're down to a 1v2, and it looks like it is going to be the Canadian Air Force once again taking a solid game for the first time anyways. They were already threatening first place by just a point. And after this game, Maven, I think they just took it.
Some incredible fights there in those late skirmishes to get into position. As you said, the comps for Natasha's team must have been on point. And like you had Teep's team inside the building, like with Bread, I think it was Bread and one other teammate that was kind of lurking on top of their shack. And it was just gonna sort of be the lucky timings you get in that. Like when you push out, is the team on top fighting the team on the outskirts? Can you find an opening? But I was wondering if it'd be free picks kind of for Natasha and get picked, and it kind of worked out in that way. Like they were able to get shots in.
I'm telling you, just their end game is incredible. They've always been a talking point from game 1, 2, and 3. There's only 4 games, 1 more to go. That sets them up, in my opinion, very well. There's Miss Whiskey on your screen. The only, as far as I know, female service member competing today.
She's fired up. I love it.
And she is fired up. And I tell you what, she's been playing very, very well. She's on the Smixy-led trio for the Royal Air or Canadian Air Force. And I tell you what, Smixy's been an absolute terror today too. So well done from the ladies. Looks like they're looking to take it all. And like I said, just a point behind going into game 3 of that of the U.S. Air Force. No way they're not in first.
Listen.
I know. You said, but
crazier stuff has happened last time.
I'm at least going to try and speculate.
I remember when I heard the winner last time, I was like, how? Wait, what? I thought I knew exactly what was going on, but now feel free to speculate, but we'll see how it all plays out at the end of the day. But unbelievable stuff. But as we are going to get ready here for our next drop, for Reflections, this has been sensational stuff out of the crew so far. But I do believe before we get ready for our 4th drop, we're going to get to a breakdown back on the desk. I believe Lottie, Ant, Nameless ready to go through it. Take us through it, guys.
Thank you so much, Maven. Reflections. And I'm also joined by Ali. Don't forget Ali.
I know. I heard Lottie, Ant, Nameless. So I will now be going by Ant for the rest of the stream.
You are now.
It's a great name.
It's alter ego, right? Mind blown. Anyway, I've got to say, just absolutely incredible stuff. First of all, girls getting it done. We've got Smixy, Natasha, we've got Miss Whiskey on the team as well. I mean, those 2 trios, fantastic for Canada, for the Royal Canadian Air Force. And I just want to say, get picked is just, at the moment, nearly getting picked for MVP. Yeah. I mean, God, he has been so good. We're looking back at some of the highlights from Drop 3, but you said you wanted to see a vet step up.
Yes.
Did he step up to the plate, Ali?
Absolutely. I think a couple of them did, to be honest. On the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force, like Natasha's team specifically, and we saw them win earlier, obviously, but I feel like Get Picked and Libram, especially in that game, we really felt them pulling their weight. And again, thriving in that chaos. We saw Get Picked feeling really comfortable when it came down to those last moments in those circles, and we saw it once again on their screen, and I think that's probably what's going to kind of pull them ahead in the lead here. That is a big 2-time multiplier. I believe individually all of them had in between like 6 to 7, possibly 8 kills. I mean, that's going to be a big jump considering that the top like 6 were within a couple of points.
Yeah, they were indeed. And Nameless, you look at the way that they play Drop 3, right? The composure that is coming across from the rotations early, getting in the right place at the right time, having that closing circle, the pressure of it being so small, so quickly. What did you make of the kind of heads-up gameplay we're seeing from all 3 of the team members here?
Well, one, I thought at the very end they navigated that well. They were sort of at the bottom of that hill there in the ravine, and then they threw some smokes, got engaged, and they fought together in every single one of their fights, which is really important. But also, like, the moments leading up to it. Remember they were on that roof? They weren't letting letting anybody just sit there and fly. They were trying to knock everybody in the sky, do some damage, so they would get right there down on the ground, and then you had all the advantage in the world. So I thought they played that very well. The communication is clearly on point, and that has to be our biggest bomb drop so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it really was indeed absolutely amazing from those guys. I'm really excited to see what Drop 4 is going to be bringing, because they just seem to get better and better and better at the moment. So yeah, just honestly stellar stuff from them. For those who are maybe not doing so well, but they did hear your war cries, Ali and Nicholas.
They did.
But Marine Corps, they did start to kind of push forward a little bit with some aggression. I mean, we saw, I think, a couple of different plays from them coming through. Any advice to potential, you know, bottom of the pile right now on the leaderboard kind of advice for these guys?
Listen, there is nothing to lose now. Try to land in the hottest spot, grab some loot, get into an engagement right away. That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
I was trying to laugh at what he was saying, like he did to me, but it didn't. I didn't pull off as well.
Yeah, we did.
He has like the Santa Claus laugh. Like it's just very, it's very wholesome. I like it a lot. It's good.
He does have the Santa Claus laugh actually, a little bit.
This is my broadcast laugh.
It's the broadcast laugh. All right. The alter ego, broadcast laugh, Santa Claus. You've heard it here first. We actually can take maybe a peek at the leaderboard as well, because I'm actually really intrigued to see, you know, who is where, some of, you know, the scores coming forward, the kills that may have been multiplied or maybe not multiplied as much as one would have liked. But as you can see here, the total round points coming forward from Royal Navy Esports. First 18 across from their first trio, and Navy Team 2 as well, 25 points for them. So the multiplier will give them 43. So they had the highest points in that drop there. Any kind of shockers here, Ali, that you're noticing?
I don't know about shockers. I mean, I saw it in the kill feed, but I mean, shout out Marine Corps. I mean, you doubled your points in a single game. So, I mean, you know, anything could happen in that fourth drop. I am shocked, I guess, not the CRCAF at the top, but Royal Navy, I mean, they snuck right on under them, I guess, by a single point.
I think that's actually really interesting to see the RAF right at the bottom there. With
Oh
only
gosh,
8
I'm looking at Game Force 1.
rounds.
Royal Canadian Air Force 1, 4?
Yeah, it's tough.
That's tough.
I mean, just an unfortunate start for them probably, but yeah, Royal Navy, I mean, consistency across the board in both squads lands them a really good score there. So they're still going to be in a very good spot on that leaderboard.
Very, very good spot on that leaderboard. And we talked about the kind of balance and consistency across both trios, and we're seeing that there, certainly with the Royal Canadian Air Force, but one team certainly was carrying for that one. The drop 3 winners are Royal Canadian Air Force, and they are standing by right now with I Hold Shift for our Why Play solo interview presented by USAA.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Yep, it's the second place first game, followed up with some controller problems, actually, for my man here, get picked. And then, of course, you had the lobby win. What happened in the second game? Because you're kind of telling me a little bit about it, but what went wrong?
Yeah, so I dropped my controller after the first game, actually, because we had a first game, it was a little bit of celebration. I dropped it, and my paddle broke. So I had to borrow a controller from Swag, and I got shit on. Straight up, that's what happened.
All right, well, third game went much better for you. You cleaned up. I mean, we were going into that final fight. You had like 3K plus damage. I think you finished with 8 total individually. What was kind of going through your team's heads when you were finishing off? Because it looked like you had full zone control pretty much from start to finish.
Yeah, we had a good early rotation. I think we pretty much just tried to hold that the whole way. As it got to the end, we saw a lot of opportunity to see other teams rotating. We just picked them off one by one. And then we just kind of went for the full send at the end there into the smoke. And Natasha threw down the mines there, and they ran right into it, and it was over.
Casual stuff, so now it puts you guys now in first place. One more drop to go. I'm just going to leave you the hard-hitting face-up question. Do you still play aggressive, or are you going to try to guard the lead?
Oh, we always play aggressive. We're not here to take part. We're here to take over, baby.
Love it. All right, well, the new guys on the block are cleaning up. Get picked, thanks so much. Lottie, back up to the desk with you guys for our final drop.
That was our Why Play solo interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community, so service members and their families never have to go solo. I'll tell you what, though, a big special shout out to Monster Energy for being a partner for this year's C.O.D.E Bowl. Now Monster Energy sponsors 4 professional esports organizations globally and hundreds of streamers and gamers all over the world, including someone you all might be familiar with, Call of Duty World Champion Tyler TP Polchow. I've got to say, though, for those of you joining us, welcome. We have some great viewer rewards thanks to USAA. Here's our third of the day. You guys don't want to miss it. Of course, it's that double XP token. 30 minutes each hour of the first 3 hours of the 4-hour broadcast. Guys, make sure you have that tab open. You are tuning in to earn that exceptional reward as well. Now, earlier in the broadcast, we heard the Call of Duty Endowment announce the upcoming Code Warrior pack, which will be available at the Modern Warfare 3 launch on the 11th of the 10th. We want to give you a special shout out to the event's 3-time presenting sponsor, USAA. They're giving away free packs to the US military and veterans at callofdutyendowment.org/USAA. Head there now while supplies last to claim your pack. This is an awesome pack, I promise, that will feature 1 operator, 2 weapon blueprints, 1 vehicle skin, a weapon charm, a calling card, and 2 stickers, with 100% of net proceeds helping to fund the placement of vets in jobs. So make sure you guys go follow at Code for Vets on Twitter or X for more information on the Warrior pack. Now, folks, again, a reminder that early access to the open beta starts tomorrow for players who have pre-ordered on PlayStation, with the open beta period starting on Sunday for PlayStation players. Then early access to the Weekend 2 open beta kicks off for Microsoft and PC players on Thursday, October 12th, with the beta going open for all players from October 14th through to 16th. Lots to look forward to.
A lot of cool stuff.
Wow.
Lots to, honestly dig into. I can't wait. We talked about it all day long. Obviously, having COD Next was just absolutely incredible. And then, of course, back to back with Code Bowl. What more could you ask for? Ali, how excited are you about everything that has been on show today? I mean, from COD Next, with the open beta coming up, then Code Bowl, someone lifting a trophy. It's so amazing.
I'm extremely overstimulated. There's just so much going on. There's so many rewards. There's so many packs and things to look forward to. Call of Duty Next, obviously, there was so much that was revealed today. And now we have our new team, the Royal Canadian Air Force, taking the lead as their first ever participation in the Code Bowl Endowment. I don't know what more you could ask for. It's been a crazy day.
It has been a very crazy day. Well, folks, it's about that time. It's our final drop coming up very shortly. You won't want to miss it. Make sure you're tuning in. We're heading to a break right now. And when we come back, drop 4 into Al Mazrah right after this break.
Code Bowl is brought to you by USAA. Team up to score award-winning service. And by Monster Energy. Head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to learn how you can earn bonus in-game rewards.
Ready up.
You know who we are?
Call me so.
This is Ghost.
Woods.
Mason.
Farah. Russell Adler. Captain Price. Going dark.
Everybody ready?
I just got Call of Duty.
Good start, Dad. Hell yeah! You got it.
Well, it's not over yet. Trust me.
Go, go, go! Stop the train! Give us the fire. We'll give them hell. Oh my God! Oh my God, that was sick! Oh my God!
If you try to have a war, it's a war zone. Never take a loss, it's a lesson I got more to go. I had it when I'm on, I got you scared straight. If I'm never not out, I'm it's a red dot, no paper. Moving in with a big face. If you try to have a war, it's a war zone. Gatekeepers on trying to keep the door closed. I'm just doing it to the beat of my own drum. trying to have a war, it's a war zone.
Welcome back to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA. We are almost ready for our final drop. Things are getting very exciting, and I'm just curious on who is honestly going to be taking this final one. We talked about the kind of early game strategy, what the late game strategy might be, but based on what we've seen so far, Ali, how are you feeling about this final drop for? What do you want to see out of some of these teams who are clinching that top spot, who are fighting for that victory?
Well, I want to see them get some kills, obviously, but in a more realistic sense of things, I feel like we're going to get kind of a replay of the way that Map 1 went. I think there's going to be a lot of people left alive in that final circle, and things are going to get really chaotic, but there's one vet I do know that thrives in chaos, so we shall see.
Well, we certainly shall see. Nameless, something I've actually noticed, I've obviously been taking a quick peek behind us on the balcony, and I have noticed that everyone sat right next to each other, which to me, and looking at the way that they're looking at each other, they're screen watching, which is a fantastic thing to be able to do when you are in an environment like this.
Yeah.
Having that extra couple of POVs without needing to comm as much or just saving the comms in the air channel for a little bit of extra spice, being able to know what your teammates are doing really, really helps situations. How much do you think that actually could come into play, especially with content creators coaching that forward?
Yeah, I mean, that could help a lot, right? Especially you see a situation where we saw Deep Six say that he doesn't really like to give that many comms. He just likes his in-game leader sort of to make the decisions for him. So if you just peek over at his screen, see what he's doing, he doesn't really have to comm. He could stay locked in on himself. So it could definitely help out if that's the type of player that you are. But in this game, as Ali mentioned, I'm expecting these guys to go crazy early on because they have to get points. It could be anybody's game. Maven and Reflections keep talking about it. Last year, we had no idea that the Royal Air Force was going to come out of nowhere and win that game 4 and get the win of the tournament. That could very well be the same story that's happening right in front of us.
It very well could be. Well, folks, a reminder that this year, Monster Energy is joining the party as a partner of Code Bowl 4. To celebrate the brand new Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP will be introduced. The award will be decided by the Code Bowl 4 broadcast team, that is us on the desk and some of our casters, and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. Stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the inaugural Monster Energy MVP and to reward our fans. The Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card that has been automatically placed in your inventory. It's called Most Valuable Beast. So go check it out right now and get it equipped. Absolutely gorgeous. We love to see it. The recipient, they will receive the Monster Energy MVP award and be crowned the first ever Monster Energy MVP of Code Bowl. And look at that award, look at that ring. It is very bling. But who has stood out the most to you during our first 3 drops? I have a funny feeling we might have heard from him earlier on. Ali?
We might say his name again.
We might.
I might have already said it a couple of times.
Who do you think it is at the moment?
No, imagine I just said something completely random. It's Get Picked. Obviously, that first drop, I mean, the final circle, again, thriving in chaos.
And he also said he broke his controller, got a new one, and then fried even harder on the 3rd drop. So it can't be anybody else if he keeps up that in game 4. He's got it locked up.
He certainly does indeed, but you never know. There could be somebody just creeping, waiting in the wings for an exceptional performance. We'll have to wait and see, but we do want to continue to thank the Call of Duty Endowment for putting on this event and all they do for veterans. The Call of Duty Endowment focuses on placing veterans into high-quality, high-paying jobs. They do this by funding the most efficient and effective organizations that get unemployed and underemployed veterans back to work. So absolutely incredible stuff that the Endowment does here, and it means so much. But it looks like we're ready to go. It's now or never, folks, for our final drop. Maven, Reflections, lads, for the last time. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Lottie and Des. Yeah, this is the final map, and drop 4, it all comes down to this, and that lead, right, from the Royal Canadian Air Force is actually tremendous and honestly impressive given the fact they've got Smixy, Natasha, and then of course they got Ms. Whiskey, and also, this is their first time playing in C.O.D.E, but we invite the Canadians, and the Canadians say, we should have been here all along because they've been dominating.
Well, like you said, we have like the one female Armed Forces competitor, Smixy, the one female that was able to qualify for World Series of Warzone.
That's right.
The first time for the Canadian Air Force. Like, there's so many different things here that are just incredible, like great storylines, and now we'll see as we get deep into this one, can they close it out? Because now it's like you're so close, but you gotta hammer home, get it done, get the win.
That's it. Let's see if they can make it happen. They've got a great lead. That lead should carry over. As long as they have a solid finish, they're going to be just fine, but you've got some other branches gunning for you, okay? I'm talking about Royal Air Force looking to go back-to-back years if they can. You've got Space Force trying to creep their way up, and then you've got number 2 at the moment, which is going to be Air Force Gaming, and they've always been a threat throughout all of the C.O.D.E Bowls. Last year, they get second place. The year before that, they get third. This time, they're looking to work their way up and get the first place. Observatory has been the biggest talking point so far, and I'm sure it's going to be a talking point here. However, I do say Al Mazrah City, which we haven't seen a lot of Al Mazrah City throughout the first 3 games.
No, I mean, that's probably the place that if it were to end there, like you have a real, I mean, we've had crazy endings, don't get me wrong, but like some real madness when you have more and more buildings that are able to get in the mix. But let's see where the drop is going to be. Once again, so many teams headed towards Observatory. Breadman, who's been the Reaper up here multiple times. They want to get right back into the action, see if they can fry, get off to a hot start, and get some points.
You got Lovely Low. She was the first one to drop.
I'll say, where's her
game,
team?
right?
Where's her team?
Well, they're finally coming in. You got Rail, you got Mills, but they took a little bit to get there. They're going to kind of coagulate, get together. Zach, the OG, representing the Marines just up above. We had a great feature with him. Miss Whiskey already starting off on Team Sprat. That's a big down. You know why? Because that right there is Royal Air Force going against Canadian Air Force. 2 teams looking to take first today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Like when it comes to the eliminations for these squads that are really in the fight, you think of like the top 2 or 3 positions. Granted, I know it's kind of tight across the board, but the lead's starting to build a little bit for our number 1 squad. Now, Swagalicious. What can we find as we're looking to get a little bit of loot here early? His teammates separated from him a bit. He's trying to get a live mark on one player, bottom of main here.
Yeah.
Top Observatory.
Top Observatory, which, now, I don't know if you've noticed, Killfeed hasn't lit up as much. This has been a very, very slow game. The first 3 games, well, game 1 wasn't as fast. Game 2, game 3, very, very fast. Game 4, everybody understands the weight of this final game. They want to get do as well as they possibly can, because once you're out, you're done. This is all you got.
Well, typically it's like a mix, right? Like you have teams that are in a pretty good position that are playing it relatively safe. Then you have teams that like have to just have a wild one, right? Like you have to send it. But you were right. The kill feed was a little bit slower, which makes me think maybe one of the teams that has been dropping Top Observatory doesn't need to be as risky, didn't drop there, is probably my guess.
I'm trying to think.
There's been a lot of teams
Tactical
up there.
Brit. I don't know if Tactical Brit was up there. Tactical Brit usually is the aggressor at
It looked like less people up there.
Right. Tactical Brit usually goes up there. So, you know, changing things up whenever it comes to map number 4, that's definitely a way to go about it. Jaffa known as well as Matty, Royal Air Force here. And they were the winners of game number 1. They're looking to do it again in game 4. And they have to. Royal Canadian Air Force currently has like a 16-point lead. That's a big game.
Yes and no, because you think about the fact you have 2 teams. Like, it can disappear pretty quickly.
That's true.
It's possible. You have a pretty lowly effort on one side of it. You have a pop-off moment for 1 or 2 other teams.
Yep.
That can shift on 7 pretty quick, but we'll get to know the picture faster and faster as we get deeper into this first drop. But yeah, this might be the first we've seen of Almaz. I mean, we just haven't really hopped over here at all.
That's right.
But Natasha in the lead, looking for vision here from top downtown.
Right, winner from last game. She was one of the players popping off. Alongside that, a get picked as well as Libram. And they had just, I know she had 5. Libram had 4, and then get picked. I didn't get to see his perspective, but he had quite a few himself. But whenever it comes down to the multiplier, that's one of the big things, right? Because you get that 2x multiplier if you win. And that's such a big talking point. And it was a huge talking point after game 2, where Navy got first and second. you're talking about a 2x multiplier and I believe a 1.x multiplier, right, respectively. And if you get, like, let's say 10 kills, you're already getting now 20 points, and vice versa, right? You continue to add it from there.
Without diving too deep into it, the better the place, the more your one kill is worth.
That's right.
You know, you get the multiplier on top of that. For your team's totals, you get more and more points. So it's like if you are a player or a team, you want to find a balance of, like, getting a deep finish and picking up some kills. In my eyes, typically what it boils down to is get to the late game. Because you don't usually get to the late game or win a game unless you are getting kills.
That's right.
The kills will come.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to force the issue too much. Just in my eyes, get to the late game.
Well, and you look at, like, for example, you know, this format, you know, kind of reminiscent of that of World Series of Warzone, right? You know, we've seen so many times a team get first place but not get the most points. And Natasha does drop. So that's going to be a big talking point and a big hit potentially. And Aiden finally gets a bit busy along with Diaz Biffle over there in the kill feed. Great high ground get picked. Looking to take down Benny Central and his crew.
Well, it said Natasha was able to self-res, so she's back up. I'm guessing she got sniped or streaked by Teep. I didn't see which it was, but there's Teep in the mid-street, so she's going to be calming that. They're starting to swarm around. You have the high ground here. She's probably going to be like, get picked. We got to focus more on what's below us, or we're just going to team shot this player because he is flesh, and you're almost able to get the kill. Not quite.
Ooh, C.O.D.E is separated from Ems. Ems still has to cross that desolate land just between the two buildings.
Oh, like their teammate got out, got up.
But to get out, you got the high ground from Natasha, and you don't want to give that up. And Teep is going to absolutely be a huge threat along with Baby Chaps and his crew. So something to keep at least note of. Miss Whiskey does drop the ALB. Miss Whiskey being one of the only female service members competing today, and also on the team that's currently leading in first place.
I love this, by the way. They sort of, like, they know there's two teams there. They just sort of opt to rotate. I mean, why not? You're in first place. Just get to that late game, play it smart. Let these two teams fight each other.
Yeah.
Let Teep Squad and Benny Central, let them battle it out. You don't need the kills. Think about rotation, or think about just holding them in, too, which you're having an opportunity to do.
Yeah, I think get them off the rotation. I mean, you do see, though, the gas is going to be on the outskirts. Where is the zone now? Clearly, it's not where they're currently at, but up close and personal, we get Smixy. Is going to drop Benny Central, picks up that Elam team. Also down. Gibbo can't get the finish, and the reason why is Jolly Rog. The teamwork making the dream work, bringing Teep back into the fight. But get picked with the high ground. Benny Central with the low. Baby Chaps, Jolly Rog,
no
Teep,
way.
they've got to be careful.
Was that a Simtex he tossed towards the back? It was. I think he knocked, Teep got rezzed, and then the Simtex, he just knocked him again. Poor Teep has been rezzed 3 times and knocked, and then Benny's still lurking. Teep's going to get thirsted by Benny Central. Okay,
shots.
Teep, I can guarantee, just rolled his eyes through the back of his skull because he just got hit with like 6 Simtexes.
That is so frustrating. Absolutely. I'm frustrated for him, to tell you the truth. But that's just the way it goes. But good on Benny Central for wanting to capitalize in that moment, right? He sees Teep down. He says, I've got to go. Jolly Rog down. The last remaining team member for the Navy crew, at least for this trio, is Baby Chaps, and they know exactly where he's at.
Oh my God, what a frustrating little sequence that was. Because I was about to say, like, I knew Teep was fired up because there was a really good trade there. I think it was Baby Chaps that got it. Like, you get a good trade, you're in a good spot. But that early rotation from Natasha's team, they're just up there. It looks like they put a muni box down, had a ton of Simtexes, and just launched them towards that back alley. Oh, that was something. All right, Jolly Rog lost his gulag as well, I believe.
Okay, no, Jolly Rog, yeah, maybe he did lose his gulag. He was either up. I think Baby Chaps the last one up. They're gone. That Navy crew is gone. So TP's crew, who tried to stay alive and went through absolute hell with the Simtex, that is a tough loss given the fact that they were the winners from Game 2. But it's Game 4. Anything goes. And honestly, this positioning from Natasha and the crew plus Benny Central.
That's why they're dead.
That's exactly it.
You kind of dealt with Benny Central's team. Teep and them just didn't expect to get naded 20 times. And that's sort of one of those situations where it's the argument of, like, do you fight on edge or do you rotate? And I think you saw there from Natasha's team, like, rotating sometimes, it's just the play, man.
Iceman Isaac is down currently. Maybe he'll get back into the fight. He doesn't, so he's got a 4-star. No, he does get, excuse me, he's already back into the fight. It seems good on him for doing so. The trio back in to make some magic happen. Deep Six, though, we had an interview with him earlier with I Hold Ship. Now, in the open, forced to retreat through the smoke. Tones is going to be trying to take him down if he can. They're going to stay up here. Miss Whiskey off in the distance. I shout her out because she was dead a little bit earlier. She's now back into the fight, so good to see her back in. So you've got your #1 crew, Canadian Air Force, still trying to make some magic happen, and teams are really, really playing slow, as they should. Huskers, though, is a guy that loves to just be a thorn in the side of his enemies, and does he choose to push over where Iceman Isaac is at? Maybe, we'll see.
Well, for now, they'll maintain this roof control. I think the second Isaac peeks, he gets beamed. But look at this circle. Now it's starting to get sucked in. We'll really get eyes on where people are going to vie for position. Half the circle, you've got like kind of the edge of downtown buildings to work with.
The other half
the
is
circle,
open.
yeah, pretty wide open, but you have the bridge there too.
Yeah, it's kind of like a last zone. Last zone was a bit open. This one actually has more hard cover though than the last zone in game number 3. So it's more to work with, but you're going to have a couple of teams on that north end who's really got to work their way through just an open ground. And teams like, for example, Team 11, it's only a solo, but if he's got the high ground on top of the building, excuse me, no, there's 2 of them, potentially 3. They're going to be able to beam down players who are on team number 10. Sevens also has an opportunity to land on the building. Point is, maybe there's a ton of hard cover that still hasn't been established that teams are looking to grab.
Circle closing. You've got a UAV to work with. There it is. They'll call on the UAV, get some information on their opponents. And you can see they sort of snap over the edge here. Going to be a mortar going down on edge as well. Now the Simtexes start to rain in. What kills can they get? Not quite a knock yet. There's the first knock.
Huge.
Zach the OG is going to get dropped. The full kill is going to come through. Frizzy is down. Frizzy not quite fooled. But you're making plays here from the rooftop, trying to make a late grasp here for maybe a top finish.
And that's the Marines. That's the Marines. Swag, can he get into cover in time? Yes, he can. But now you got Frizzy, you got Swag separated. Frizzy goes to join his teammate. He does!
A little windy.
The toes nearly getting taken down.
There was a pop tree there, though.
Huskers is getting pressured. Huskers getting pressured. PA, I think, was called in. If not, he pulled it back. Iceman Ice wouldn't hold it.
Popped off. I'm not sure. Did he just kill all Symphony's team?
Oh my God, yeah, I think he did. That was 3.
Yeah, it looked like he lit up the whole kill feed, and that's all team eliminated. So I'm not sure if he knocked everybody, but there's another knock. Aiden, maybe 4. Aiden with another knock.
This has been a great game
Aiden with the full. Aiden is popping off within this map.
Yeah, Aiden has truly tore it up. He's been instrumental for his roster, especially early game. And I would still consider this, even though we're 11 minutes in, you got 15 trios still up. It's still early goings. Every team trying to play their life and grasping on to any placement points they can possibly get.
This is sort of that moment I'm talking about getting to. Like, this is kind of like the beginning of a late game, like where the rotations get really tough and you get the free kills. Like Aiden just, there's not many other spots where you're getting 6 kills in 10 seconds or whatever that was. Like
not here anyways.
Aiden, I believe, got a wipe under another team. So that was the bleed out. I believe that was the knock from earlier. So he got 5 or 6 kills there over a quick stretch.
And we also have to think this is the densest end zone we have seen.
Oh, he's on 9, by the way.
9 eliminations, Jesus. Toxic Tacos is down. Taj trying to hold him. Taj is at a different level.
Wait, so Teep's team wasn't done.
Oh,
so that white must have popped up because I was gonna say we never saw Teep's gulag.
I wonder.
So Teep got back into it.
He did.
But no, somebody else must have got wiped at the same time. Because that's what we were both thinking the same thing.
It was a yellow. Yeah, it was a yellow team. I wonder. Well, good to see him back into play. I mean, he's an instrumental player. He was now he's going against Aiden, and I feel like Aiden and TP's team have been fighting since game 1.
I swear, if Teep gets hit by a Semtex, I'm just gonna send a prayer to my guy.
He's gonna need a hug.
Yeah, he has been going through it, but snipe out, not a lot of ammo to work with. They're pinned, but they're inside the circle, so not really that big of a deal. Aiden's team's the one that has to move.
You can't really rotate in a zone right now, Maven. I mean, you've got a couple of buildings, you've got the bridge, but for the most part, it's just open. These teams are gonna have to ride the gas all the way through. They're gonna have to ride the edge. No one can really get center zone at this point because going center zone is suicide. You're just going to die because you're right in the middle of everybody.
Yeah, there's like a little half wall, I think, to work with there, and like the bridge.
Yeah, you got the bridge.
It's not much. I mean, the precisions will be a nightmare. I mean, you just have to start scrambling, and you are dead to rights.
Right.
Now you're really playing. You have gas mask to work with. You see there's gas mask on that entire team. No durables, though.
Aiden's by himself.
Aiden just kind of biding his time.
He does have the durable gas mask, but it only has 2 ticks. He's got TS Biffle with him just around him. Aiden, as soon as he fires a shot onto any of these this trio, you already know they're all going to focus fire him. Oh, he's got to fight. Oh, up the zone. He's been, the cat's out of the bag. How do you get out of here?
They're pushing him too. They're pushing the movements on point though. One knock through. The trade comes in. It's Biffle. It's able to take him down.
Yeah.
The res comes in. Now they're all going to get up and they're going to try and rotate in. 10 teams left, 17 players remaining.
And the bridge seeing so much activity as I figured it would because it's really the only high ground in this dense zone. Is Biffle's going to rock the edge. Now there's a player prone just above him. Actually, I think that's his own teammate. No, it's not. So he's going to run straight into one. There it is, Earthwide. He gets the angle he needed. Easy shots now on the Spinaman, who's sitting there, not even moving. Down to 5 trios. This is the end game.
I think Huskers was able to eliminate Teep's team on the edge. He's rotating by himself right over to Javasa, Biffle, and J-Pounds. He's going to wrap right in behind them. He's kind of mirroring what they're doing. Do they pick this up? If they don't, he might be really annoying in this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be able to thirst one. I don't know what he can really do here. Wait, no, they're pushing at the same time. Swag's actually flying in. He's going to drop. Did Huskers somehow get away?
Brother, so
he did.
Something to take note of. This is Air Force. Air Force Gaming was in second place trying to take over the Canadian Air Force. Right now, this is the best game that we were seeing. Canadian Air Force starting to be on Huskers.
No way!
He demands get one. He gets 2. The finish is the Ryan Diaz Biffle. The last hope for the Air Force.
Biffle versus Huskers. 1 versus 1. This would be a 1v3. The hip fire's in. Huskers gets the W. A 1v3 in our final drop. An absolute beast effort there from Huskers at the tail end of that one.
Incredible. And that is Space Force, another team in contention to try and dethrone the Royal Canadian Air Force, who is in first place. And you noticed, I didn't see any of them in the end game for this final game, which means there is an opportunity for Air Force, Space Force, especially with Huskers representing Space Force, to potentially overcome. So that means...
I got no idea.
Now listen, and I'm not going to pretend I do either. I'm not even going to try and speculate. But all I'm saying is if there was ever a chance for Air Force or Space Force to take over first place in the final game, much like Royal Air Force did last year, there's a chance.
Dude, what a crazy finish, because like, if there's one, listen, we can have a full conversation about mouse and keyboard versus controller and the advantage of certain things, but I'm gonna say the one spot where like you probably feel good close range with mouse and keyboard isn't a smoke.
That's right.
Because like the aim assist issues you'll have a controller, so he just like flies in with his sub, hip fires in, and is able to take him out to get the W. But incredible plays there, because it looked like Huskers was in a horrible spot. He was able to kill Teep as he was coming out on rotation. There were like 3 full teams he had to deal with. It was really weird when he first tried to go push top, like Swag hit it at the same time, and Huskers just like dipped back low. And ended up working out where he was in a 1v3, got some free, well, it wasn't really free picks. He had a really nice Simtex. He kind of threw like a little teardrop up top. They got a crack.
Yeah.
Incredible play.
I think it was one of those, Diaz Biffle and his crew, they had the high ground. Diaz Biffle was already pushing out, and I think the 2 other members, they got tunnel vision. They were just looking down, and then that gave an opportunity for Huskers to blindside them.
I think probably whoever got vision thought Huskers and Swag were the same person. So I think the way the timing, wouldn't be surprised, worked out. Like once Swag pushed, because like Huskers like went up, dipped right back, and like Swag came in. You maybe thought once you killed Swag you were good. Instead it was an opening for Huskers underneath, but I'd have to watch it again. That was a nutty sequence.
It was nutty indeed. A great moment nonetheless. Space Force getting that victory is huge. But, you know, don't discredit Air Force. Air Force had a very strong finish.
Hell yeah, they did.
And, I mean, Aiden had, what, 9-10 eliminations as well by the time he was finished. I mean, but he was in a 1v3 at the very end. But he did everything he possibly could. The multiplier, we kind of broke that down and discussed that at the beginning. And maybe that multiplier is definitely going to matter. And I'm curious who's going to be in first, because at this point, it's anybody's ball game.
Well, hey, it's been a lot of fun. I think that's going to do it for us. We had a blast commentating this. It's awesome to see different armed forces come together, some of the incredible plays that we saw from both the players and our representatives in the armed forces, so it was truly special. But I think to break it down, tally the scores, see where we're at, probably getting interviews, highlights, all the fun stuff, we're going to get this back over to our desk. Lottie, Allie, I'm sorry, I forgot you last time. Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Maven Reflections. It's been so lovely. Thank you so much for getting on the mics and casting over all of the gameplay today at Code Bowl 4. Wow, I think we're in the same predicament as last year here, Ali Nameless, because I have no idea what is going to happen, who is going to be at the top of the leaderboard. But one thing I do know is that 1v1 at the end was nasty. Pure filth there. Biffle versus Huskers. And, you know, you gotta give it to the guy Huskers, just with the absolute gunny, managing to get it done. What an incredible kind of array of events that unfolded at the end game there. The pressure that was handled to absolute perfection, Ali.
I feel like we were waiting for something really exciting to happen. I feel like Warzone tournaments, there's always that moment where it's just like, what the heck? And it had to be a 1v3 and a final circle. I feel like a lot of the creators felt really comfortable in that game 4, maybe because it was a little bit more of a similar environment than what they're used to, but it's definitely a situation where I have no idea. What's happening?
I really don't have a clue either. And Nameless, we actually saw a moment there, final couple of circles, where it really slowed down. We could literally see every team on the outskirts of a circle. No one wanted to get in the middle. Nobody wanted to be in the iron sights of anybody there. And that was really interesting. How did you feel like some of the teams played those situations and who pushed forward with confidence?
Yeah, I mean, well, we were kind of following the story of the Royal Canadian Air Force, seeing how they were going to approach that Natasha squad. And, you know, they were down low in the building, and Isaac hit them with the precision that knocked 2 of them. So that sort of stopped their entire strategy going forward. And at the very end there, that was just wild. The creators really showed up as well in that last game. Aiden had 9. He was the last remaining member of his team. Swag, last one on his team, trying to survive, do everything he could in that ravine. And then Huskers as well. And I thought Maven broke it down really well as well at the end. When they were both down there, they didn't know which one was which. They thought it was the same person, so they didn't know that Huskers was going to be pushing them from that right side. Caught them off guard with a nasty 2-piece, and from there, there's just smoke on the ground. You can't even see him. Biffle got caught in the back.
Such a perfect position for him to be in. And I'll tell you what, somebody is going to be a winner by the end of today, but you folks at home are winners too. We have a final viewer reward for all of you at home, thanks to USAA. It's the Endowment Gold Weapon Charm, folks. So yeah, the double XP is over, but we do have that Endowment Gold Weapon Charm. And Ali, look at that, absolutely stunning. It looks to me like a carbon copy of the trophy that will be lifted later on. But running with that is going to make you look so damn good and a champion in your own right.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy I don't have to steal the actual trophy. I can just scan the QR code and have one for myself on my weapon. So, sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too. And Nameless, would you be rocking that Code Ball trophy?
I've got all the double XP. I'm definitely going to get that charm as well, put on my gun when I get back home. And it's awesome too, because if you got through, you got a bunch of rewards in this broadcast, and you also got to support the Call of Duty Endowment, which does so much for our vets. 125,000 jobs. That's incredible. That's why we're here. So thank you to our servicemen for performing today, and also the Call of Duty Endowment.
Love that so much, and you're very, very much right, Nameless. We are exactly here for that very reason. Absolutely incredible, but also some incredible gameplay too. Here are the highlights from that final drop of the night. And although a lot of our teams tried their very darned best, they didn't manage to get it done. But we looked at, of course, Space Force, who are coming out on top here. And Ali, when we're looking back at some of these highlights from that final drop, what did you notice some of the big differences maybe right from the get-go dropping into this 4th one? We were talking about whether aggression might be the focus here, or whether we were going to see some slow play. Were you happy with how that 4th drop kind of started off and pushed through and played out?
Definitely played out, definitely to expectations, considering it's the last drop. Naturally, in a situation like that, everybody's going to slow it down quite a bit. The creators, again, obviously felt very, very comfortable in this situation. It's something that they were used to, so I think it also kind of created that learning curve of like who can perform under such high pressure situations. So, I mean, it was a banger. Again, I'm so glad it ended the way that it did. I mean, Huskers just showing why he is considered, you know, one of the more professional creators when it comes to Warzone and why he's here in the first place.
Indeed, you could see right there, Biffle just thinking that he was kind of out of the gunfight. He lay down, he was like, okay, I need a second to breathe here, I'm going to be all right. And suddenly out of the corner of his eye, he just sees a little sight just on him, tracing him. And I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. So yeah, really exciting moments to finish off that 4th and final drop. But Nameless, you know, there were a couple of guys in that mix there for a second that were really clutch. I mean, we look at some of the players like Get Picked, who are our servicemen in here, in the lobby, you know, getting really clutch, you know, pulling players out of basically the kind of gulag situations, the see you later, we're not going to go back into this gunfight. And clutch moments like that perform so well under pressure and actually push you to be a better player.
Yeah, we saw the highlight. He got like a 3-piece there at the very end. He's a strong candidate for the MVP. I gotta say, I have no idea who won this thing right now. Like, it was literally so tight. So many teams turning up there at the very end. It's gonna be, I think we might be in for another shocker like last year. I really do. I really do.
Now, we have a ton of creators also participating. And Ali, I want to ask you who you think has really been a massive standout today for all of the servicemen and women who are performing and actually really relying on a couple of the gunnies of the Call of Duty and Warzone community to really push them out of tricky situations.
I think through like the entirety of all the drops that we did, it was definitely going to be Breadman. I feel like he was in that kill feed constantly in every single drop that we were into. Obviously in that game 4, I felt like all of them really stepped up. We saw Swag, we saw Aiden, Symphony as well, Huskers obviously. So I felt like definitely they all stepped up game 4, but through it all, I think Breadman was definitely there from the beginning.
He really was such a standout. That guy guy is lasered, absolutely on it. I do not want to be popping my head up on a rooftop and getting that ripped off like Maven actually did tell us about earlier on. But I've got to ask you, Nameless, what about Iceman Isaac? How did you feel like he performed? I think in the final moments there as well that we saw in that final drop, Iceman Isaac started to have some really good gameplay. Obviously didn't happen for him, but you know, he also performed so well too.
Yeah, I thought his team had some of the best positioning throughout the tournament. They were always in the final circle with the rest of those guys, giving them their best. We saw the precision go down. They played it very, very well, and I'm hearing that we might have our leaderboard as well, which is something that I really want to see because I think this is going to be a shock.
All right, folks, well, I have been told in my ear by my wonderful producers that we are ready to go and let you know who is going to be taking this year's Code Bowl 4, and it is the Royal Canadian
It got scary for a second.
Force, the debut from
shocked.
Canada here at Code Bowl 4. We hear the screams in the background, the cheers. They are filling
That's
this
wild.
arena and room, but my gosh, what an exceptional way to kick things off for them in their Code Bowl experience, and just insane stuff. And while we have you guys, Golden Boy, you're on the floor. How's our winning team doing down there?
Hey, well, I think our winning team just actually found out that they won. So we'll hopefully be able to gather them here in a moment to be able to get their thoughts. The stage manager, the man with the plan, Kev, is on the mission right now to go get them. But I'm actually here right now with Activision Blizzard's Chief Administrative Officer, Brian Bulatau. Brian, it has to feel really cool to be able to do this for the vets and give them, you know, an opportunity to not just like get an experience like this, because this is next level, but also to support the vets as well.
The Call of Duty Endowment does a wonderful job of helping finding meaningful employment for all our veterans. So it's a great event. It's a lot of excitement. It's just great to be here today.
Well, I think, Brian, you have a job to do because our competitors are now here. The Royal Canadian Air Force, your Cold Bowl winners. Brian, the floor is yours, my friend.
Well, thanks, everyone. I guess I got to start off by saying what a great day to play. I want to thank all 10 of our military teams for being here, and it is an absolute honor on behalf of Call of Duty Endowment and Activision Blizzard to present this trophy to our Cold Bowl 4 champions, the Royal Canadian Air Force. Great job.
Unbelievable stuff. And I know you got more as well, Brian.
Special thanks to our primary partner, USAA, and our MVP partner, Monster Energy. We really appreciate it. We couldn't have done this event without you. And special thanks to our millions of viewers who tuned in today to watch this event. Your support is what helps us put thousands of veterans back to work with meaningful employment and great paying jobs. So thank you for that. I got to tell you, everybody on this stage, at one point when they retire, will be a veteran. If you're a veteran and you're looking for a job, please connect with us on our Call of Duty Endowment website. We'll get you the right support, the right help, and get you back to work. So congratulations again. This is your trophy. We'll see you next year to defend it at the next Cold Bowl 5. Congratulations once again.
Raise it up. Raise up your trophy, guys. It's yours. Yeah! All right. Well, let me go ahead and get in here real fast, if y'all don't mind. One, congratulations. What an achievement. This is the first year, right, for you guys up north to join us here for the Cold Bowl, and you come up here and you already assert your dominance. Are you just saying that Canadian military gamers are simply just the best?
100%. It's like our team captain said, we weren't here to show up, we were here to take over.
Oh, I love it. Well, speaking of team captain, what an achievement this has been. Well, both of you guys, it feels like it was a team effort as well. We're all equals. Come over here. Come over here. Let me get you, Cap. And you as well. También, it doesn't matter. Anyone here? All right. What was the game plan? What was the thought process for you guys coming into this? Obviously, you got a lot of great players here. And when it's mini, royale, it's, the encounters are going to be faster. So was that something you guys were keeping in the back of your head, not going too slow and keeping the speed up?
Absolutely. It was a lot of discipline, and we did a lot of strategic planning based on not trying to kill the other team, because we are facing each other in the game, but we're also on the same team at the same time. So we try to match up skins and make sure we're not killing each other early in the game, and it seemed to work out for us.
I actually think that is quite the base strategy. Pretty sick. Now, anything you want to say to the squad here, because they have achieved such an incredible thing. So I really just want to give you an opportunity to speak to your colleagues here who helped all you guys win a dang trophy.
They all did amazing. We did exactly what we said we were going to come here and do. We weren't coming here to lose.
They weren't coming here to lose, and that is it. I mean, guys, congratulations. Once again, this is yours. Why don't you lift it up one more time for everyone to see? There you go. The Royal Canadian Air Force, Game Force, incredible stuff here. Your C.O.D.E Bowl champions. Lottie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and a huge congratulations to your C.O.D.E Bowl 4 champions, the Royal Canadian Air Force, Game Force, and what a force to be reckoned with. They seriously are. I mean, absolutely amazing stuff across the board from all of their teams. And I gotta say, you know, it's been so good to see so many servicemen and women step up to the mark, right? With the creators, with the likes of the Call of Duty and Warzone community who are playing day in, day out. These guys really knew how to perform, how to use their gunny to the absolute max. But it's time to decide who our Monster MVP is going to be. And a reminder, the award will be decided and has been decided by the C.O.D.E Bowl 4 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. Now, for the final time, who do you think deserves this MVP ring?
Are we just announcing it now, or like we're all gonna say the same?
I think we just say it all at the same time of who we think is going to win it, who we would like to win it.
Okay.
And it's pretty easy.
All right. Well,
should we just actually? Do you know what? We're just going to announce it. Because we're ready to announce the winner. So why not, folks? Let's just announce who is going to be the Monster Energy MVP. Golden Boy. Let's see who our winner is.
Drum roll.
Hey, and I think you may have already caught it here, but our winner is Get Picked, your MVP, and this, my friend, is yours. Congratulations. You are the MVP of C.O.D.E Bowl 4. You came in as a captain. You came in with the mission. Get the job done. Get the win for the squad. You did just that. First year for the Royal Canadian Air Force here as well. Do you feel like this is purely just the beginning for you guys as far as, you know, competing in C.O.D.E Bowls and also just as a squad? Is this a huge opportunity for y'all to just continue this one and keep it going?
Yeah, I think it's a huge opportunity. I mean, it's our first time, like you said, and it's a good way to start. I mean, it's definitely going to keep on going, I hope. I don't know. I hope we keep on competing in more tournaments and keep going up from here.
Maybe we'll see the Royal Canadian Air Force make its return in Modern Warfare 3, perhaps?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Man, hey, well, congratulations. Don't drop anything. Much deserved, much earned, and a huge congratulations to Get Picked as well as the rest of the entirety of the Royal Canadian Air Force Game Force for making this one happen. He's your MVP. He's awesome, and we're going to send it back over to another awesome person. Lottie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Also very awesome yourself, including Get Picked. Congratulations, our Monster Energy MVP. I just want to say we kind of saw it coming, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
And I think that's premium gas. I think if you've seen an MVP coming, you know that they certainly have deserved it. So a massive congratulations to Get Picked as well. But I want to see the results, the scores across the board, the final leaderboard. And as you can see, Royal Canadian Air Force, Game Force, 111.5 points. So actually, quite ahead of the game by the end of the day there.
Yeah.
And Ali, talk me through what you kind of saw in those final moments across all 4 games, to be perfectly honest with you, that really started to push them to the top.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously a big congrats to the Royal Canadian Air Force. I mean, they were a force to be reckoned with.
I love it.
Sorry.
Love the pun.
just like got picked for MVP. Sorry.
Oh, she's on fire.
Way too much. But I do want to point out the fact that Space Force ended in second there, which is funny because they were first in 2020 and second in 2022, and now they're second again. And I feel like they were kind of an underdog almost because we didn't really talk about them much in drops 1 through 3. So they really came out to fight in that game number 4.
They're right on that cusp, right? Second place yet again, but they're always up there at the top. And I like that you pointed that out because we can make sure we watch out for them in the following C.O.D.E Bowl that's going to be happening next year. Namus, what did you make of the competition today? All 4 of the drops, all the creators, all the servicemen and women, and the winners.
It was spectacular. The drops are amazing. We got some crazy moments, and I just got to say, this was an amazing day. We had a lot of fun today, guys. We got to see MW3. The beta's out tomorrow. Cold Bowl 4 is complete. We have a new champion, and it's the new kid on the block, the Royal Canadian Air Force first tournament. We thought they were going to be nervous. They came in here and got the W, so congratulations.
Well, I just want to say, Ali, Nameless, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here another year with both of you guys. Love you so much, and it's been amazing. And thanks everyone for tuning in to Code Bowl 4 presented by USAA. We had an epic day of competition, and we couldn't do it without all of our amazing supporters. We had so many incredible announcements today. Stay tuned for more updates on the Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack that will be available at launch in Modern Warfare 3. And for all of our Call of Duty mobile players, the fan favorite Call of Duty Endowment Defender mobile pack is available right now in the Call of Duty mobile. And remember, 100% of the Activision proceeds from these packs go directly into placing vets into high quality jobs. Thanks to everyone for supporting the endowment and helping veterans find careers after that service. We appreciate you so, so much. So for the last time, thank you so much for supporting. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you guys next year.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and get in here real fast if y'all don't mind.